And I'm reopening the meeting which was adjourned from Wednesday. Now, just a couple of admin notes to start off with. There's a hard copy of today's run sheet has been distributed. We wanted to get that in front of you just because there are some small changes to the version that was put up on the hub. So if you want to run from the hard copy, that is the most up-to-date version of today's run sheet. So if we start with apologies, I've got apologies this morning from Phil Major for absence, from Sam MacDonald for a partial absence later in the meeting, just for half an hour or so, from the Mayor for lateness. She'll be joining us around 10 this morning. And I'll also note that Catherine Chu, even though she's not in the room, will be joining us remotely. So I'm happy to move those apologies. Do I have a seconder? All right, so a possible partial absence from Sarah. And Pauline, you're happy to second, so moved by me, seconded by Pauline. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. So now let's move into item 3, the hearing of verbal submissions for the draft annual plan. And let me please invite Yvette Couch-Lewis to the table, representing the Whakaora Partnership. Yvette, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity to come in here today. I was going to zoom in, however my emails have been full over the night in terms of our submission, in terms of the road cutting, because from Peter Kingsley, the staff member, your staff member, has announced to us that the road cutting budget is completely been cut. And for that reason, I have not zoomed, I have come in. I have come in because it is important. Why was my emails full over the night and people talking to me? It is important to Whakaopua. It is important to every single community within Whakaopua. It is not just the partnership. The partnership actually supports that community, and that community needs the support of you. That community and the community of Ōtautahi put you into the seat, and it's this seat that should be recognising how to support that community. So my 5 minutes will be based upon reminding you of your obligation as a councillor within your seat right now to the community of Whakaopua in particular. We came to you in December, the Port Company and the partners. We presented you with this korowai. You have the responsibility as kaitiaki to look after that korowai, because that korowai is the mana across Whakaopua. At the moment, with that reduction of budget into the sedimentation, road cutting is appalling. The Whakaopua Whakaorder plan, which we encouraged you to read. I am asking you, have you read it? It is the top priority for Whakaopua is sedimentation into our harbour. No mahinga kai will be restored, which is the outcome, and what the partnership is all about is the restoration of mahinga kai, not just for Te Hapua Ngāti Wheki, but for the community of Ōtautahi, for everybody to enjoy Whakaopua. I ask you to please reconsider that. Also to reconsider the second submission we put in terms of the resealing at Diamond Harbour. That is one of the largest area and contributors of sedimentation into Whakaopua. That $100,000 needs to be put in for the resealing of that area. And I urge you to seriously think about it. Your mayor, your chief executive signed this in partnership. Your deputy mayor sits on this partnership. Recognise that partnership. Recognise your role and the mana that you hold in terms of this korowai. That is why I brought it this morning, to remind you of the responsibility you have for that community and the korowai that sits around Whakaraupō. Please, please reconsider. Let Peter Kingsley get on with his job. And I'd like to read to you one comment that came out that I thought was quite strong to finish with. Please get ESO Ecology to provide Council with an interim report that they were planning on providing the middle of this year. That is not at the same level as a proper scientific report at the end of the trial, but will at least provide City Council with some degree of evidence, information and costing that needs to go ahead to manage roadside cutting differently to reduce sedimentation coming from them. If Christchurch City Council isn't going to invest in the proper evidence-based approach, Christchurch City Council have said that they need to do this, then Christchurch City Council need to change track to taking what has been learnt and investing in operational changes with roadside cutting management and road maintenance to do best with current knowledge. A significant sum of ratepayers' money has already been spent on this by CCC and ECAN. So at the very least, ensure this is used to make as much positive change for reduction in sedimentation going from roadside cuttings to waterways in Whakaraupō and improve roadside biodiversity values at the same time. And I got so many hits on that one in terms of the different community people saying ka pai, because everybody is agreeing. Please consider how that money is spent and when you can direct it. Kia ora and thank you.
Kia ora, Yvette. Thank you very much indeed for a very clear submission. Very, very clear. Thank you very much indeed.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
I'm tempted to leave this with you.
Thank you. So next, can I invite Humphrey Rolleston to the table, please? Humphrey, good morning. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Andrew. I note you've given me 3 minutes, sir, so I'll move pretty quickly. Could I've sent you all a submission, and could I ask you to just open it to the page where we've prepared a cash budget, and I thought that it was helpful for me to understand your accounts, and I thought it might be useful for you all to observe your reporting in a different way. So if you go to the 5-year cash budget, you'll see that under revenue, these are all your figures, they're not mine. So you're tracking at 740, 771, 800 million across that top line of revenue, both actual and forecast. The only difference I've made to it is that 528 million of rates is fixed for 3 years, because in my view, the council has more than enough cash to run its operations, and it doesn't need to have another rights issue on ratepayers who at the moment are under a lot of pressure. And I wanted to prove to myself, and hopefully to you, that this is possible to achieve. So then if you go to the EBITDA line, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and abnormals, you'll see that you've got a very good business. You're actually producing for nearly $500 million of cash. 245 million of cash. And each year there's the cash figure flowing across. So if you're standing back and just looking at this business, you would say, this is a pretty good business. We've got no problems here. We've got real cash pouring into the outfit. That's without increasing the rates anymore. Your operating expenditure, which is 494 million, is your figure, Mr. Chairman. And of that, crudely, I estimate that about 190 million is personnel costs, and the rest is turning the lights on and fixing the potholes. So that's your figure, not mine. So then, because the council has over the last 20 years elected to get debt loaded up onto its balance sheet, I've shown you what that's actually costing you. And you've got net debt, which I think is through sleight of hand, but you've got real interest of about 80 million to 90 million on your $2 billion of debt. That is a figure that is surprising people when we talk about it. For a small town, $2 billion of debt is starting to get pretty serious money, and debt is debt. Interest rates on debt is nice to have it low, awful to have it high, but that's not the issue. The issue is the debt itself, and how do you get rid of it? So I've set that out for you, and you'll see the interest content there, and you'll see the capital repayment. So after we've repaid, and we've assumed 61 million a year, approximately, and after you've paid your interest bill there, reducing as your debt comes down, your operating cash surplus is 130, 150, 200 million, 220 million. Still a very good business. Nothing wrong with that. Then I've added in your figures below, and I presume the 134 million, Chair, is from the Crown, but we put it in there because they're your figures, and I've described under Note 9 total cash available is that figure there. So so that's the cash that you guys have got before you start capital expenditure. So then you can sort out what you want to. If you want no capital expenditure, you don't have to have it. If you want to bring a third party in, which I would strongly urge you start doing, who's got risk capital themselves, to put in place some of the assets the city needs, do it. Be pragmatic about it. Don't be greedy and want to own everything. There's no need to own everything. We don't care who owns. We don't care who owns a stadium. We just want to be open and working. So anyway, that is what I wanted to prove to myself and to you guys, is that there's a couple of $100 million a year of cash. Now, you'll see that I have fixed in my summary here the operating expenses at 494 million, your figure for this year, up quite a lot from last year. And you to ask your chief executive to run your business at no greater dollar sum than 494 million. A chief executive worth their salt would find 10% savings in that all day long. I mean, you found 5% with just doing next to nothing in the last month, from what I'm reading. 23 million you found. You just found that. It's unbelievable, really. So I am here defending the financial shareholders of the city, the ratepayers, who are saying we are really getting hammered. And we want you to become disciplined in your own behaviour, and not to the city's detriment, but just so that you are efficient and not demand more cash. Your current plan is asking for a rights issue of 28 million. That's what you're asking. So you're going to the market for 28 million. And what are you doing with it, Mr. Chairman? Well, if I looked at last year's audited accounts, it cost you $11 million to make coffee.
I'm going to need to bring this to a close at this point because we're well over the 3 minutes.
Sorry,
but thank you for the figures, right, and certainly thank you for your comments today as well. And there are some matters you've raised which may be relevant for this plan. There are certainly some matters that you've raised that we will be taking into account for the long-term plan as we start to consider it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So next I would invite Robert Fleming to the table, please. Robert, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to make this submission. A well-known scientist once said, "We didn't have the money, so we had to think." His name was Lord Ernest Rutherford. Please listen to the science. Just as our government and many other governments around the world have been listening in order to manage the current global pandemic, by referring to the science, decisions that provide positive, active transport solutions in our city, namely cycling and walking, will benefit many, yet require very little money. Medical science tells us gentle regular exercise benefits all, cardiovascular, respiratory, endocrine, musculoskeletal specialties, amongst all the others. The psychological science and psychosocial sciences tell us that mood, well-being and positive human interactions are enhanced in a populace that can safely use their streets for active travel. The medical literature is awash with such studies. The environmental sciences tell us about pollution. In a city where single occupancy vehicles dominate, the effects on our atmosphere, the lack of equitable sharing of green public space because of roads and parking requirements, the destruction of land suitable for the growing of food are of concern. The degradation of waterways from transport-related runoffs and toxins, lack of transport mode choice is detrimental to the environment. The studies are all out there. Finally, the Faculty of Economics, the positive fiscal return on the investment in multimodal transport options. NZTA can tell us all about those. The support for local businesses by having improved access for those who choose to walk or bike there. Happier, healthier and more productive are those who commute to work using active transport. That's good for business. Reduced need for expensive car parking buildings to store vehicles idle for 9 out of 10 hours of every day. Most importantly, and a real nice to have, are the benefits when all road users can have safe access to cheaper forms of transport. Once again, the studies are all out there. Our government has recently made decisions for the collective good of the nation. Some of them initially are very unpopular, as would and should any government who happens to be in power. I urge Christchurch City Council to do the same for the collective good of their city. The rejigging of council transport budget to give active transport just a little more priority than currently will be the cheapest and most effective annual plan decision based on the science that you can make. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, next I'd invite Dominic Keown to the table, please. Dominic, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Morning. I just want to correct you on pronouncing of my last name. It's McKeown and not McKeown.
Sorry, I've got a mistake on the run sheet in my defence, but that's all right. My apologies.
Morning, everyone. I'm here because the current annual plan proposes more spending on major cycleway routes or extending them without addressing any of the issues and faults that occur with existing routes, and in particular, Worcester Street. Since the cycleways program came into about Worcester Street, or the cycleways program has identified routes across the city for people to use and get into the city more accessible. With Worcester Street being identified as one of these, I thought, great, I'll get a cycle route from my house into the CBD or be able to travel around the city. I was bitterly disappointed when I saw speed humps being installed. It's crap, to be honest, and it's not really safe. I've had numerous issues post-construction with that route, and every time I've reported them, there's been no action by staff to actually address it, or by designers and reviewers who failed to identify any of the faults which I've raised. Just this morning coming in, I was nearly clipped at the England-Stanmore Road intersection. That's quite narrow. It's not cycle friendly. The speed humps themselves aren't cycle friendly as well. I've found cars parked behind them, bins being put around them. That's a constant daily, weekly basis post-construction. It's appalling to think this is supposedly safe cycle infrastructure. Yet, this is the only layout from the 4 avenues that is speed humps. Every other route, Ferry Road, Colombo Street, the Unicycle route, the Little River Cycle route and Integra Street are all separated. It shows there is a bias amongst the designs that the east is ignored for a separated cycle route. I'd ask that you look at redesigning this in the Worcester Street as a separated cycle route and prioritise this over any other cycle route that you've committed contractually, community, and committed all together, as it would show you accept and recognise that there have been faults that were created by this layout that never existed under the old layout previously. Worcester Street is just as wide as Colombo Street, yet it's not separated. Go figure. It seems highly illogical to not do it. It gives a direct access link from the east into the city, and separating for the cyclist does create a safer route for everyone. I'm always constantly on edge, wondering what am I going to come across each day, and it's still issues, which I find is appalling.
All right, thank you for taking the time to raise these issues with us in this forum. Picking up on the fact that you've already raised them in other ways with staff, we've got people making notes at this meeting, and we'll make sure that this is picked up and joined up with the other work that you've done in bringing them to our attention, so that we can ensure that they are dealt with appropriately. So thanks very much indeed for taking your time to come and address us on this issue today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll move to Keep Our Assets Canterbury and Stephen Howard. There's a written submission, and John Minto in fact as well, and there's a written submission supporting this on the hub. So Stephen and John, thanks for joining us. Good morning. Good morning.
Tēnā koutou anō. Koa first spoke to the council, Christchurch City Council, in response to an attempt to stampede councillors into accepting the sell-off of assets using the Cameron report. We are now, as we were then, in a crisis. Nowhere near as bad as a climate crisis is going to be, but still it's a very serious crisis. And if we've learnt anything from crises, we have learnt that business and its neoliberal cronies will use them to further drive short-sighted and greedy policies of austerity and neoliberalism. This council is not a business. It doesn't have shareholders. It has residents and citizens, and we shouldn't think like a business. Debt for a government is different from debt for a business. I'm pleased that the council has redrafted the annual plan, but I advise caution. The council has no choice between a set of sustainable green progressive policies for the people of Aotearoa, or a set of policies that drive us further down the destructive neoliberal path of the last 40 years. You can choose between progressive policies in service of the people or austerity policies in service of the greedy and a downward spiral. Before John speaks, I'll just note there's been public pressure about contracts for service. We have consistently opposed PPPs. PPPs worldwide are failures for the people and huge successes for banks. It's always been more effective and efficient for services for the people to be delivered in-house. If the law needs changing, then this is too good a crisis not to go to the central government to push for the necessary changes. Don't cut contracts, bring it all in-house. And I'll leave John to speak. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Following up from what Steve said, there's the potential for massive savings by bringing work in-house rather than contracting out. We've had this contracting out model running for 30 odd years, and some of it would require a change in law, but a lot of it wouldn't. And we've had the case of a few years ago, Tasman District Council looking at their contracting and looking at what the cost would be of bringing that work back in-house, and they dropped the contracts and brought the work back in-house. Now, I'm not aware that the Christchurch City Council has ever, in the last 30 years, examined this contracting model and considered whether it is delivering more efficiently than could be delivered by bringing the services back in-house. We think there are massive savings to be made because there are 3 levels of savings here. You've got the contract negotiations themselves that the council has to get involved in. There's the contract oversight, and then of course there's the profit level that comes with the contractor themselves. We can eliminate those 3 levels by bringing work back in-house, and I think it behoves the council to examine that really carefully. Secondly, we believe the council should put the rugby stadium project back 5 years and bring forward community development projects such as the new pool and the recreation centre for Hornby. This is a time when we should invest in our local communities because those local communities are suffering. In places like Hornby, where the unemployment rate will be going up, we shouldn't expect the major burden of the post-pandemic Christchurch to be borne by low-income communities. Thirdly, another area of saving or bringing in income, in fact, would be to increase rates significantly on undeveloped land inside the 4 avenues. We are 10 years after the earthquakes, and we've got developers land banking in this area you know, I mean, 10 years says it all. It's time to say to them that there will be a significant increase in rates on that land, and a significant increase which will force them to either develop or sell to someone who will. Let's get the CBD moving in that way, and again, bringing in significant amounts of extra money that would help to offset what we regard as the very bad decision which was made recently to increase the continue subsidies for developers in the inner city. So very quickly, the other points we would make are we'd like to see the council work with ECAN on a free public transport trial. We'd like the council to make the reductions in salaries at the top of the council permanent and use the money saved to firstly ensure all workers employed to do council work are paid the living wage. We congratulate the council on the increase in house building which is occurring, such as Brougham Village, and we reject absolutely the plan to charge for water. The plan that's been put forward is so egregious that I think it's designed to be rejected by the community and rejected by you, in the hope that a compromise will be put forward which will mean volumetric charges, which is what the big end of town has always wanted. I urge you to reject the stalking horse proposal that's come in and reject any so-called compromise that's produced over the next couple of weeks. Because whenever you have user pays charges, no matter how you do it, it always impacts people on low incomes, and in this case in particular, families, large families in low income areas. I lived through this in Auckland, and I saw what happened there. The whole community saw what happened there. I don't want to see that happen in Christchurch. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the 5 minutes. Hasn't allowed time for questions, but thank you very much for the written submissions and some clearly made points this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we've got the Canterbury Rowing Association Incorporated and Logan Keys, and again there is a written submission on the hub which has been provided. So good morning, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm Logan Keys, Regional Manager of Canterbury Rowing. In attendance, we've got Stu Clark handing out flyers, Lloyd Bathurst from Arawa Canoe Club, and Jerry Dwyer with me, Chairman of Sport Canterbury. Our submission was sent on Canterbury Rowing letterhead, but also endorsed by Sport Canterbury and Arawa. So flatwater sports have had a need for improved water space for 15 or more years. Other projects such as Lake Isaac and East Lake have been potential solutions to these problems, but have faced too many hurdles. The biggest issue with Kerr's Reach, which have existed pre-earthquake, but worsened since, is capacity and safety. The facility is unsafe for all users, with collisions and near misses daily. It also lacks capacity for safe growth of participation. Clubs are still operating in earthquake damaged buildings or temporary structures, and investment in the area and spending of club insurance money on these facilities won't occur until clubs know what the actual area will look like. We now also hold a transitional licence with LINZ for a significant parcel of land around Kerr's Reach, and I think it's in that diagram itself, but it is on the submission. The purpose of this licence is to investigate the best possible solution to river widening and the best possible location for our member clubs to build permanent community facilities. Our proposal for river improvements fits within the regeneration plan, which has provision to widen and deepen the river for the benefit of flatwater sports. The concept as drawn is for a new section of river to be cut to supplement the existing river. This would meet our immediate needs for improved safety and capacity. Most other sports, dragon boating, waka and kayaking, would be able to run regional to national level events within a 1,000 metre straight. Rowing itself would gain an improved training facility and the ability to run unique events. This concept would be relatively cheap compared to other alternatives and tie into other council projects in the area. On Tuesday, we also met with council staff about the project, and at a high level it was supported. It could work within the proposed stock bank, city to sea pathway and land drainage projects for the area. As this project cannot succeed in isolation, we are seeking partnership with the council to implement feasibility and design work. We aim to assist by seeking funding through RATA and lotteries immediately and produce a feasibility study. From there, we will need council to work with us to design a solution and progress through to the consenting stage. There are funds on hand within the existing annual plan, which could assist, detailed on page 51, project 41913, residential red zone building and asset renewal, which is 1.646 million. Local engineering firm GHD has indicated a cost of $50,000 roughly for feasibility work and a potential overall project cost of 6 to 8 million for that cutting. Again, significantly less than other projects to meet the solution for our needs there. Rowing has been on Kerr's Reach for 70 years, kayaking and paddling 50 years, but outgrew the facility 20 years ago. We now have the land and the scope to produce a facility that will give us and the next generation of water sport users a facility for the next 50 to 100 years and assist in the council's vision to enable an active community. This is a great opportunity to construct a meaningful anchor project in the red zone that has sat idle for too long, and this project needs immediate backing from the council to ensure the opportunity isn't wasted and so that the design can be integrated alongside other council projects in the area, ensuring there is no wastage or duplication of work. So there should be some time for questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Aaron.
Yeah, just quickly, on your diagram, so are you saying like that's a 1 kilometre straight going from Kerr's Reach down to the end there?
That's not quite straight, but from Kerr's Reach to the end would be roughly a K, yeah. On that, again, that diagram is very much a concept, but right. If we get 1,000 metre straight in there and it works within engineering, then that would be ideal. So
yeah, because it's not far off straight, because we can get a straight piece of paper and put next to it. Why was this not straight?
It was just literally a hand drawing concept. Yeah, and it's just a concept. Like that whole area is available.
But the idea is a straight
for 1,000 metres and then have to curve within the road limitations and stop banks and so on. Yeah.
And if we were to ever get an international full-size facility, can this extend out in this position or not?
If it was well designed, yes.
Because that would be the smart money.
Totally.
And I'm not saying that would happen, but if...
Agreed. I think there's a way to construct that so you have stages where you can add to it over time. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for taking the time to address us this morning. Thank you.
Cheers.
So next, I'd invite James Ensor, representing the Naval Point Boat Safety Group, to the table. James, good morning. Good to see you. Welcome back.
Yeah, good morning. And we thank you very much for the opportunity to submit on the annual plan, the long-term plan. I'm the team leader, James Ensor, and I am supported by Rob from OSL Consulting, and Jane here is going to assist us as well. 1993 was when the first plans were done for this development, and the funding was approved in March of 18. Would you like to just hold that up? You've got all this information anyway, but this is the Christine Bow project that was approved. And what we're suggesting is that the funding for this year, it's nearly 3 years since their funding was approved, and we'd like to see the consultation completed by November, December this year, because it's minimal cost to keep that funding going, and then the construction phase to be available for the next year, please. We think this is the best thing in the new normal environment we live in now, and we've got Rob here who can answer questions if you require them. So it's open to you.
So what you're looking for, James, is funding for the consultation in the annual plan budget and then the funding for the capital works in the LTP.
Yeah, we think that's the best option because we think with the normal we've got now, there's a serious short of funding for a lot of projects, and we think the minimal amount for the consultation is going to just allow that to be completed. It's nearly 3 years. And don't forget the whole project, which Rob has got, it's 25 years since it started.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions? All right. You've got 3.5 minutes left. Were there any further comments you wanted to make in the absence of questions?
Well, we just think it's a really important safety project, and when you look at what we're asking for is safety around the ramps and the facilities there, and it's been absolutely third world everywhere around New Zealand. We've had really, really good facilities, and this has been really dangerous. And then when you go out on a lovely day, you come back and the environment is so dangerous to try and get off the water. So we think this whole project, and it's well designed by a company which is local, and it's been involved with the port company and local engineering for marine structures and things, and we will get a really good outcome. So we really appreciate the support we've had from the council.
Great. All right. Thank you. And thanks for, you've got some detailed diagrams there and you've provided detailed information previously. Thanks very much indeed for that as well.
We wanted to do it because there's a large number of new councillors here, and we thought it was very important to share all this information with them.
Indeed.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks. Okay. So now we've got Linda Rutland representing Linwood College Community Partnerships. Linda's not here.
Today.
So Linda's not coming today. Okay.
David, yeah, so sorry, I thought you guys knew.
All right. So Linda's not
She's
here.
an apology. She's put a written submission in. Yeah.
Thank you. So let's move on then directly to Nikki Snoyink, Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society, North Canterbury branch. Nikki, good morning. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. We made a submission to the annual plan, and I'm going to speak on that today briefly. So I just wanted to acknowledge the really challenging times that we all face right now, and I'd also like to remind the Council about the climate and ecological emergency that you guys declared last year in May 2019, and that COVID-19 actually presents a really unique opportunity to reset your priorities. You may have seen our Recovery for People and Planet document that I sent through to the Council a couple of months ago, and that essentially requires or recommends that the councils all around the country and the government put a climate and ecological lens over all of its projects. And we think this is a real opportunity that could be seized here. And one way that you guys could seize that opportunity is by aligning your strategic priorities with the Canterbury Regional Council. And those are freshwater management and a step change for Indigenous biodiversity. And in terms of freshwater management, that relates to ecosystems, natural ecosystems, freshwater from the mountains to the sea. And this city, in fact, is a hotspot for Indigenous biodiversity with its abundance of ecosystems, wetlands, rivers, the coastal marine area, and of course the beautiful Banks Peninsula out there. This approach is also supported by the NPS for freshwater management, which puts Te Mana o Te Wai as its overarching policy. That's the needs of the freshwater ecosystem at the forefront of the discussion. And with the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity, that is on the way as well in the pipeline. Still some work to do on both those things yet. And of course supported by the Zero Carbon Act. Hand in hand with all of this goes biosecurity. We think that that needs to be integrated with all of this stuff. A really good example that we have been watching develop in the news lately is the joint management plan that we understand exists or is in development between the Christchurch City Council, Environment Canterbury and the Christchurch Airport for the management of Canada geese. That is a really great example how all the agencies can work together and align their priorities for a really good outcome. And if that is implemented properly, that will give us great outcomes for the freshwater environment, for biodiversity and for safety as well. So yeah, wins for everything there. And so to make the most of the opportunity that we currently have in front of us, I strongly recommend that you guys align your strategic priorities with Canterbury Regional Council, which is for freshwater management. Really, really important for the city, especially in terms of drinking water and land use change going on in the region, and a step change for biodiversity, and really put that at the forefront of the decision making, because that is what keeps us all healthy in the long term. And that will put our city on a really fantastic long-term resilient sort of base pathway for the future. So thanks very much for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any of me.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you. What's your view on the use of glyphosate?
Sorry?
The use of glyphosate.
Oh, glyphosate. Yeah, it's controversial. It's debatable if it's cancer causing. So yeah, I think we really need to look closely at the research and make that link between public health in cities where that stuff is used. I don't have a view on it personally, but I don't use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just wondered if there was
Yeah.
a group view on it, since,
Yeah.
since it's one of the things we're consulting on at the moment.
Yeah, right. We can get back to you on that with a organisational perspective.
Yeah,
if
that'd
you
be
like.
good. Thanks.
Yeah, cool.
All right, thank you. Are there further questions? No further questions. All right, thank you very much indeed for the submission. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks for the
Thank you.
opportunity to speak.
So next we've got the Cass Bay Residents Association, and I'm advised that Jeremy Webb is here in place of Jenny Healy. So Jeremy, thank you for joining us this morning for the Cass Bay Residents Association.
Right, thank you. So I'm presenting the submission in place of Jenny Healy and on behalf of the Cass Bay Reserves Management Committee and Residents Association. I also want to acknowledge the great work Jenny and other volunteers do on behalf of the community before getting started. So anyway, the Cass Bay Reserves Management Committee and Residents Association wish to remind the Council that the Port Hills are one of Christchurch's biggest natural assets. It is a place that supports active communities, enhancing the health and well-being of its residents by providing an environment that promotes walking, running, cycling and other recreational activities. For approximately 15 years, the Cass Bay community, as well as Banks Peninsula and Christchurch City residents, have been locked out of the area called Steadfast, which has now been designated as a park. We see this as a Christchurch City Council asset that is being wasted. Before amalgamation, Steadfast was used by locals for walking, riding ponies, and was a venue for the community preschool group, as the Banks Peninsula District Council had purchased it using money from the reserves account for such use. A variety of community groups see there being huge potential for use of the site, and there is willingness to work on necessary projects. We would like to see a walking track to the summit that would complete the Littleton Loop, providing a wonderful circuit along the Summit Road back down the Littleton via the bridle path and back to the head-to-head track to Cass Bay, or alternatively link the harbour to the sea, linking up also with Rapaki to the city. Early in 2010, the Council consulted on a plan to develop this, and there have been at least 2 suggested track lines drawn up by organisations in the past, also taking into account rockfall, is my understanding. The Whakaora Healthy Harbour project has identified the stream running through Steadfast as a suitable to be the first use riparian planting of natives to reduce sedimentation of Littleton Harbour. The native little banded kakapo comes up the stream to spawn, one of only a few places where this happens. And this planting project, which will start in July, will also increase the return of indigenous flora and fauna by increasing biodiversity of habitat. Lincoln and Canterbury University wish to support this project with students, including from Frontiers Abroad, wanting to study the area, which is also of geological and historical significance. This will offset the costs involved in developing the plans for the site. The Navy cadets currently use some of the buildings, which they wish to raise funds and repair. The future native planting to regenerate native flora and fauna and bring back birdsong to Cass Bay. We have recently started to get bellbirds, tuis, kiriru back after 20 years of community planting and regeneration of local reserves. Opening up Steadfast could provide exciting new opportunities for active ecotourism. It would also allow access for fire protection, pest control and a local civil defence hub. We ask for the Council support for Steadfast being opened up again to the public and eventually to be gazetted as a reserve, whether it be a historical or recreational, as seen to be most fitting by the Council. To achieve this, the Cass Bay Reserves Management Committee has been told that Steadfast needs to be incorporated into the Port Hills plan, which we appreciate may now be some time away, being developed due to the current economic situation. But a development plan for the area would be a good process to start off. Though we appreciate that there are currently a number of challenges to public access, there are other areas which are open to the public with similar problems. We would like these matters to be reviewed with determination to find solutions, given the value of the asset which is not being properly utilised. We also appreciate that the Parks team may not currently have sufficient budget to cover any work, but the cost could be minimised by volunteer effort, using available skills and perhaps even commercial sponsorship for carbon credits. The Reserves Management Committee has recorded hundreds of hours of community effort in the past year alone. For instance, the Cass Bay community has vastly improved the lower walking tracks in the bay by adding gravel, improving drainage so that it can be used year round, and have planted thousands of trees, native trees over the years. The Cass Bay Reserves Management Committee and Residents Association asked this Christchurch City Council support that Steadfast be again accessible and enjoyed by our community and the greater public of Christchurch. The Cass Bay Reserves, one last thing, okay, 25 seconds. The Cass Bay Reserves Committee thanked the Christchurch City Council for the new toilet block at our playground. It's a much needed facility and very much helps both with the residents but more particularly for the many visitors that come from the wider Christchurch catchment. Though we appreciate this, we'd like to see the playground upgraded. There's been some level of vandalism, and also we really see a need to improve access for others that may not be for the disabled and others who may not be able to enjoy it as much as other kids, basically. So, and this is aligned with your policy. So thank you very much. Cheers.
And thank you very much for joining us this morning, and thanks for the work that both of the groups that you're representing are doing in Cass Bay. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. So next we've got Jane Higgins, the Inner City Revitalisation Project Working Group, and there's a written submission that's already been received on the hub. Jane, good morning. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We are here to speak to the Linwood Village streetscape enhancement. We are extremely grateful to the Council for bringing forward $200,000 of that streetscape enhancement budget into the near future, the next financial year. And we are keen to seek support from the Council for a community engagement process that we have already begun with our community. So we're asking for support from this budgeted amount to go towards a process that we have begun. There are three things I'd like to just highlight about the Inner City East community, in particular the Linwood Village. The first is the urgency of doing something soon, because that village really is on the cusp of failure. But the second is that it actually has huge potential for becoming a very vibrant centre. We already know from the Tiny Shops precinct right in the heart of the village how much that is used, how vibrant that is, how it draws people together. So the village itself has huge potential for a couple of reasons. The village is at the heart of an old and very diverse Christchurch neighbourhood with a very rich artistic history. And secondly, the village is located right on the edge of the red zone. And so we see the potential for the village to become a gateway to the red zone, a vibrant, colourful, attractive place that would attract visitors from outside. One of the benefits of that is that the community itself, the neighbourhood itself, is a very low socioeconomic neighbourhood. So that neighbourhood of residents doesn't really have the prosperity to sustain businesses in that village. However, if we could bring businesses to the village and bring visitors from outside, because it's a gateway to the red zone, because it's the heart of an artistic neighbourhood, if we could bring those visitors in, then that village could become a prosperous and vibrant centre. We recognise, however, that the consultation around how a streetscaping of the village might take place is not straightforward. Your kind of modern methods of consulting aren't going to work with that community. The community does not have a lot of internet access. People don't come out to large-scale public meetings. So that's why we have embarked on our own design of a community engagement that we think will actually get to the heart of what that community would like and developing a vision for that community. We have asked a streetscape expert, Dr. Wendy Hodnott, who's a landscape architect specialising in community engagement, to come up with a design. She's come up with a co-design methodology for engaging that community in developing a streetscape plan. And that is at the stage of, I've submitted that with the submission. We are excited by that. We've drawn in a number of other experts around that, a couple of master's students from Lincoln University who are working on healthy streets and urban design. So we're drawing on a lot of resources in the community, resources in kind, effectively, that are not funded, to develop a way in which that community can speak to what it would like to see in that area, what it would like to see in that village, and that we can actually come up with, I think, a very vibrant local area that's a gateway to the red zone that reflects the artistic nature of that neighbourhood. So we thank the council for that, and we would like to further partner with the council in working towards a streetscape process and design and outcome that will be valuable for and enjoyed by everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Jake?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think it's a bit of a no-brainer that I see an opportunity to get a double win. Obviously, there's a streetscape enhancement, but then there's the value in consulting with the community on a project that they feel like they've designed and had real proper input. By way of a question, perhaps for our staff to answer, could we perhaps in the notes have something for staff to come back to us on, which is maybe offer a comment about how this could be done?
All right, so we've got people making notes from this meeting. I'm sure that can be picked up, and there's a process for you to raise that as a matter of feedback from these meetings as well. So I'm sure one way or another we can pick that up. Yep, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed for the submission. So next we've got Annabelle Hasselman from the Opawaho Heathcote River Network. Annabelle, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Morena. So morena everyone, thank you for the opportunity to resubmit on the updated annual plan. Just like to start with the Opawaho Heathcote River Network recognises the huge amount of work that councillors and staff have been doing in updating the plan, and we also acknowledge the extraordinary circumstances that we are all operating in as a community. But the health of our urban waterways is vital to the health of our communities, and the City Council has an obligation to work with others to restore the health of the river and provide a foundation for a community program to instigate behaviour change. The value placed on our urban waterways was evident in lockdown, with a huge number of individuals and families walking beside the Opawaho Heathcote River. As a river care NGO, the Opawaho Heathcote River Network has become a voice for the Opawaho Heathcote River. We do this because we care deeply about the health and Maui of the river, about connecting our community around the river and advocating on behalf of the river. Our previous submission stands, but we have a few, we would like to take this opportunity to advocate further for the health of the river in the updated annual plan. The areas that we wish to focus on are stormwater. Firstly, stormwater. We acknowledge the huge amount of work that the Council has undertaken in the upper catchment, and these projects are fundamental to the ongoing improvement of water quality and water quantity in the river. We commend the Council's commitment to signing the Community Water Partnership since the annual plan, and this is a vital ingredient in the development of a collaborative behaviour change program to improve the quality of our stormwater that enters the waterways. We emphasise the importance of community consultation needed for the Opawaho Heathcote Stormwater Management Plan, and we acknowledge that council staff have initiated contact for this process, so thank you. If you were to ask me what there was one issue that was vital for the Opawaho Heathcote River, I would say it's sediment. There is an urgent need to reduce the amount of sediment entering the Opawaho Heathcote River. Sediment has severe impacts on water quality and aquatic life forms. The biggest source of sediment is from overland flows from the Port Hills into the waterways of the Cashmere Stream and then to the Opawaho Heathcote River. These direct flows of sediment into the waterways are not within the scope of the global stormwater consent and bypass the stormwater infrastructure. Therefore, we are seeking action from the City Council in collaboration with ECAN to set up a specific program to reduce the overland flow of sediment. All agencies need to work together. The City Council should also accept the recommendation from the Christchurch West Mountain Zone Committee that the Cashmere Stream and the Port Hills catchments be considered priority catchments. And they should need to communicate this to staff, and this needs to flow through into the work with carrying out work such as carrying out building inspections, processing consents and deciding on consents to be prioritised for monitoring within this catchment. The City Council also needs to lead by example and with works that they carry out on their land, including roading and earthworks. The second area that we want to focus on is wastewater. We acknowledge the support and commitment and the development of the wet weather wastewater overflow construction of the model, and this is essential for improving the quality of our urban waterways. We want to see a reduction in the number of wet weather and dry weather overflows, which are both culturally and environmentally unacceptable into our rivers. We note that the work associated with the updated and recalibrated wastewater overflow model has meant that there has been a reprioritisation of pump station sites in the catchment for upgrading as shown in the plan, but still work needs to happen on these pump stations. And the third area which we wish to focus on is biodiversity. The Opawa Heathcote River catchment is a site of ecological significance in the district plan. This means the council has a statutory responsibility to manage, maintain and enhance the ecological values of the river. There are huge issues of weeds within the catchment, as Nick Head's Lower Heathcote River Weed Survey has shown. The actions required, all agencies need to work together to consolidate information and develop steps forward for weed management within the catchment. On the issue of glyphosate, the Opawa Heathcote River Network supports the targeted use of glyphosate for the control and elimination of biodiversity weeds along the river. But it recommends the continued use of herbicide alternatives such as which have been beside the river and in parks and in streets where weed management is for aesthetic reasons. The council needs to educate the public and staff so they understand that sedges and long grass lining the banks of the river improve the habitat for fish and invertebrates. It is also essential for inanga spawning. The Mid-Heathcote Master Plan, the Opawa Heathcote River Network does not support the removal of the Mid-Heathcote Master Plan implementation. This plan was originally signed off in 2008 and is still not implemented. Maybe this plan needs to be redeveloped with the community.
Now that has brought us to the end of the 5 minutes, so if you just wanted to wrap up quickly, that would be good.
There's one last point of collaboration. The Opawa Heathcote River Network supports the council's commitment to strengthening community fund, and I think it's vital to recognise the space, community groups and the huge amount of work that they carry out in this vital space between agencies and the community. And a big shout out to all volunteers who work in this space in National Volunteer Week. So thank you.
Thank you. So thanks for the submission, thanks for the work you're doing, and in particular thank you for addressing some of the specific questions that we've put out in the consultation document as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
So next we've got Jenny Smith from Te Whare Roimata. Jenny, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Tēnā koutou katoa. We thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about our submission. Wendy and I are from Te Whare Roimata Trust, a community development organisation which works with the people of the inner city east, Linwood West neighbourhoods, where we are both community development workers. While our submission covers the questions you've sought feedback on, we wish today to speak specifically to a matter which particularly concerns the inner city east Linwood neighbourhoods. Before we do, we want to acknowledge and express our strong support for the proposed one-off 5% boost to the Strengthening Communities Fund. We are very aware of the challenges that you, the Council, face and the significant impact COVID-19 has had on your income and on the juggling you're forced to do. Your strategic framework talks about creating a city of opportunity for all, and the community outcomes sought are about promoting the well-being of our communities. It is against this backdrop that we raise the need to ensure your cost-saving measures do not impact heavily on already vulnerable communities, resulting in these neighbourhoods being left further behind in the wake of COVID-19. You've heard from Jane about the potential and the wonderful opportunities that sit within the Linwood village and within the inner city east neighbourhood. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the realities which exist at the moment. We refer then to the inner city east Linwood West neighbourhoods, just a handful of blocks away from here, yet one of the most marginalised neighbourhoods in New Zealand. badly damaged by the February 2011 quakes, weighted down by inequality and hardship from years of market-driven policies, district planning rules which have seen traditional income dwellers displaced, setting up tensions between the new, more affluent and existing dwellers, and the proliferation of Airbnb undermining the strength of community, which has been a hallmark of this area. Many of the challenges that are faced are complex, multifaceted and systemic. They will require ongoing resourcing and a commitment from local and central government and other key organisations if these issues are to be adequately addressed. Jane said, and we affirm, the area is at a tipping point, especially the Linwood Village. Do nothing and the strong, proud, diverse neighbourhood will become more divided, less safe and weighed down by the visible signs of social inequality, rough sleeping, street collection, public drug taking, violent outbursts and unsupported people with profound mental health issues. In late 2017, you as a council demonstrated your commitment to the area by way of supporting a community-led revitalisation plan and the allocation of $180,000 from the Community Resilience Partnership Fund. This money runs out this year, and now the Community Resilience Fund has ceased. The successful Tiny Shops Village Regeneration Project, which is headed by Wendy, supported by the Enliven Places Fund, is not able to be supported as a result of operational cuts. While we have a revitalisation plan and a huge amount of energy and support for it from the active participation of residents, we are not going to be able to easily implement the work of the working group as there is no continued resourcing for somebody like Jane as our independent facilitator or for the ongoing work of the working group. We are then here to argue for these two neighbourhoods to be seen as a special case for ongoing support and resourcing. When we compare the resourcing that has been given to our neighbour, the CBD, and other struggling earthquake-damaged communities, it could be said that we are indeed the poor relation. We believe it is both timely and fitting that these neighbourhoods receive the investment needed to enable them to flourish again. Our submission identifies ways that this is possible, and we've identified several key things in terms of investing in this neighbourhood. So we thank you and conclude by acknowledging the support that you've given to our organisation and indeed to the revitalisation project in its first stage. We do recognise the demands on you, but we believe that in terms of your strategic framework and the outcomes sought, that in the interest of those most vulnerable, that there's a need to keep that uppermost in your decision making, and it is with this in mind that we propose that the inner city east neighbourhoods are considered as a special case for resourcing and investment. Thank you.
So that filled the 5 minutes perfectly. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow us time for questions. But thank you for the written submission, and thanks for coming along to speak with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
And we've got an attachment that I think you get with the submission. Bright red.
Yeah, excellent. We'll make sure that's distributed. Thank you. Okay, next I would invite Timothy Say to the table.
Right, thank you, councillors, and good morning.
Good morning.
Most of you will know me. This is the fifth time and speaking to three councils about my hobby horse, the McDougall Art Gallery. Now, as you know, in this year's original capital program, you decided to go ahead, to my surprise, I must say, with the strengthening of the gallery. So presumably it could be reopened after virtually being unused since it was closed in 2002. But this project has now been delayed in the revised plan, of course, along with all the other $168 million of capital works. Before deciding to go ahead with the strengthening, I presume you must have made a decision about its future use. But no announcement on this has yet been made. So I changed my submission to read that the strengthening of the McDougall Art Gallery is reinstated in the revised annual plan on the grounds it is now both urgent and a special case, and that a decision on the gallery's future use is made now and announced as part of the plan. I fully understand the financial position you are in, but I would just like to plead my case for it to be reinstated in the programme on the grounds of it being both urgent and a special case. It's urgent because it's deteriorating. There's been no air conditioning in the building since 2012, and as a result there is now mildew growing on the internal walls. Outside it is looking very neglected, moss is growing on the front steps, and it is detracting from the gardens, which are our main tourist attraction, of course, as it is the only building there not yet reopened. And the gardens are going to need it as a visitor attraction once our tourist industry restarts. It is a special case because of all the very long overdue obligations you have to it as a heritage building of national significance, and to all past donors of the city's historic art collection since 1932, most of whose works are no longer displayed to the public. I list all your statutory and other obligations in my submission, which I've done many times before, including those to my grandfather Robert McDougall, and make the point that taken together they require you to return the building to its original heritage form and use it for the purposes for which it was designed, as a public art gallery for the storage and display of the city's historic art collections and any other such the city's collection especially, of course, and any other such available art collections such as the museums and any privately held collections of a public art gallery standard. I also mentioned that the Chief Executive's Office has confirmed to me that further detailed planning is required to confirm the cost of this project. My understanding is your engineers do not know yet how the strengthening should be done. So can I please suggest, before you rule this project out for this year, you actually get them to urgently carry out this work, and once you know the accurate cost, make a final decision then about including it in this year's capital program. I'm hoping it can be done for a lot less than the $12 million. And I also make the point, as other submitters have mentioned, it will never be cheaper than now to carry out this project before the wave of government-printed debt money of billions of dollars hits the construction industry and it tries to start all this planned government work about who knows when. Not before the next 18 months.
Now that
anyway,
has brought us to the end of the 3 minutes that was set aside. Unfortunately, we're beyond the 3 minutes. Certainly the points that you've made are well understood, and we've got your written submission which has already been circulated as well, so thank you for that, but we are needing to run strictly to time this morning, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I mentioned there the terms of the gift, and particularly for the benefit of the new councillors, I was going to mention that, so I'd be grateful if the new councillors could read that in my submission, please, because it's very important and it's unique. It's unique to the city. It was the largest gift ever given to the city, and it was all done just on trust. And that's something that, when you make a decision, you're going to have to wrestle with.
Indeed.
Okay,
thank you very much indeed for the time taken this morning. Thank you. So now we've got Rachel Welfare and Hugh Nicholson from Life in Vacant Spaces. Rachel and Hugh, thank you for joining us. Good to see you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Hugh Nicholson, the Chair of the Life and Vacant Spaces Trust, and if I can just introduce Rachel Welfare, who's the Director of the Life and Vacant Spaces Trust, LIVS. LIVS is a charitable trust. We've got 7 voluntary trustees and 1 full-time paid employee, Rachel. We were established by the Council to support the recovery of Christchurch after the Canterbury earthquakes. Our purpose is to regenerate Christchurch by facilitating the use of vacant spaces for creative, innovative or educational projects that benefit the community. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we believe that our services will be in continued demand for the foreseeable future. LIVS recognises the additional financial pressure that COVID-19 places on the Christchurch City Council, and we appreciate your efforts and the opportunity to speak to you today. We believe that LIVS is strongly placed to assist the Council with Christchurch's response to the COVID-19 the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and ask that the Council continues to support LIVS and our placemaking partners Green Lab and Gap Filler through the Enliven Spaces grant funding. LIVS anticipates that the economic impact of COVID-19, as it unfolds, there will be an increased demand for our services. Christchurch is likely to see increased numbers of business failures, and a corresponding increase in the number of vacant spaces, so vacant tenancies. We're likely to see job losses, and I think we're likely to experience an increased demand for affordable spaces for community groups and artists, and and so on. LIVS has a strong track record of working with landowners to find the right kind of temporary activity to fit their vacant spaces. We work with artists, social entrepreneurs, start-up businesses, community groups, event organisers, and we ensure that leases, participation agreements are in place. We make sure that public liability insurance is provided, and protect both the landowners and the members of the public who are operating in vacant spaces. We manage the leases and we promote activities that support the landowners' long-term aspirations. Finding new opportunities and different ways to support our community and creative sectors will become increasingly important in the COVID-19 recovery. So LIVS has reviewed its strategic plan in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we were attaching a plan to our submission for your information. But in particular, we're proposing to refocus our core activities to respond to the likely economic impact of the pandemic. And so we're in discussion with council staff about some specific projects that we think might support this. Christchurch has a chance to utilise its internationally recognised placemaking partners to build on its post-quake experience an innovative and creative brand. We have an opportunity to show the rest of New Zealand and the world not only how to survive this, but how to thrive. LIVS looks forward to working with the council on the COVID-19 recovery. The extent to which LIVS can achieve positive outcomes for Christchurch is directly proportional to the council's core funding grant. So we leverage the core funding from council. We access further funding. So in 2019, we activated 30 sites across the city. We supported 152 projects. The land we brokered had a value of approximately $1.85 million if it was able to be leased commercially. We supported 10,000 days of activations. We're often a silent partner in our participants' success. We work in the background, we deal with the paperwork and provide advice and make connections. We've supported nearly 600 different projects, and including Rollicking Gelato, Rekindle and Cultivate Christchurch. So we give these kind of groups a chance to get going. We work closely with the urban design and regeneration team, and we value their support and direction. We also support the annual submissions of our transitional placemaking partners, Green Lab and Gapfiller, and we believe that we have complementary approaches. So Gapfiller has an emphasis on delivering propositional, kind of creative projects. Green Lab focuses on community development, and we do sort of brokering and facilitation. So really we ask that you confirm the core funding grant for LIVS and our placemaking partners through the Enliven Spaces budget to enable us to continue to operate and support the COVID-19 recovery. And we also ask the council considers a 3-year funding agreement in order to enable some long-term planning and certainty. So look, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. Thanks for your help. We couldn't operate without you.
And thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come along and present the submission today. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. So next I invite Judith Miller from the Christchurch 360 Trail to the table. Is Judith here? No. Okay, so let's next then move to Sustainable Otautahi, Colleen Phillip. And again, a written submission has been received and made available. Colleen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's wonderful. Good morning, everyone. I plan now to emphasise the points we've added or changed since the new draft, but we don't want this to detract in any way from the things we said in response to the original plan. We are still in an ecological and climate crisis. This has not changed. All the things we asked of Council in that context remain. We cannot allow COVID-19 to derail our work as a city in facing up to that. Hence, infrastructure like cycleways should not be seen through a bean counting lens. They remain a vital piece of work for the city with immense potential for triple bottom line wins. Funding, however, has come under the spotlight even more intensely due to COVID-19. It is leading to a lot of stress in the community or third sector organisations. SOC acknowledges that, but are more deeply concerned about longer term, already embedded issues in regard to funding for our sector. Thank you so much for the $360,000 boost through the Strengthening Communities Fund. It is very much appreciated and needed. However, a one-off boost will not address underlying issues, and I urge councillors to engage with our sector in the upcoming months to discuss this in more depth. Respect and recognition is a vital prerequisite to funding considerations. We are collaborating in a lot of these conversations, and we would really welcome council to be involved. Moving on to another topic, waste minimisation and recycling. Recycling has been highlighted as an area of deep concern in recent weeks. It is pleasing to read that the council intend to find long-term solutions for dealing with those recyclable materials that can no longer be shipped off to offshore markets. Could some of the money currently being used to pay for truckloads of material going to landfill be better spent employing more people to audit bins on the truck routes, thus reducing the amount of rubbish that's ending up in our yellow trucks in the first place? I live in Wainoni. This area has recently been highlighted as having a particular problem in this area, and I see it on the ground. 2 lots of my neighbours have been putting out yellow bins full of red rubbish, and I haven't put a yellow bin out for weeks because I'm seeing this and understanding the problem. It's really difficult to deal with it on a face-to-face level, at the community level. It must be handled, I believe, by you as a third party. It's not, at this stage, I think, an educational issue. It needs more enforcement. We need jobs for people in the COVID situation. Could this be a win-win? However, fundamentally, recycling is only a transitional solution. We need to look deeper than that. The problem with lost offshore capacity should be seen as an opportunity to make systemic changes to reduce the amount of single-use plastics that we use in general. When you invest in the circular economy, it costs once and the benefits are forever. Waste disposal, including recyclables, is an ongoing, continual burden. Finally, we note that the annual plan speaks of supporting the development of an intangibles policy in relation to heritage. We fully support this and urge you to fund things like oral histories. SOC is one of the organisations leading an environmental history project involving taking the oral histories of the surviving early leaders of our sector. We have had interest from a number of parts of the City Council, including the Library and Heritage. The benefits for City Council of this work are significant. Telling our stories is important. Christchurch people have a proud history in so many spheres of endeavour, and the Christchurch City Council should be a major partner in collecting, collating and sharing those histories for ourselves and the wider world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that has left some time for questions. Jake.
I hope the birds are doing well at the Aviary, Colleen, by the way.
Sorry?
I said I hope the birds at the Aviary are doing better.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that later. Hey, look, my question is...
It's safe that there's been signs put up, and that's really good that you're communicating with the community on what you're doing with those birds.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, just on the enforcement on the rubbish side of things, or the recycling side of things, are you saying you'd like to see some sort of fine? Is that what you mean by enforcement?
No, not a fine. But I know in Aranui, the bins were stickered. You got a positive reinforcement if you'd done the right thing, and you got a warning that you hadn't. That hasn't happened in our street. So the bins are just like this week, one of those yellow bins blew open, and all this rubbish blew into the drains that I've had to pick up. And I'm seeing no council action on that, and I can't deal with it. I honestly can't deal with it on the ground. I can't talk to my neighbours about that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming along to speak to your submission this morning, and thanks very much indeed for the work that you're doing. Thank you. So next I'd invite Rex Harrison to the table, please. Rex, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I did not revise my submission to the original draft plan because the points I made in it are still valid. And what I wish to do this morning is speak to the two principal points in my original submission. First off, let me make it clear, I have no doubt whatever that the council is doing its best to take a broad, holistic view of the situation in the city and do the best it can to help the city through this crisis, through the COVID crisis. And indeed, once the passing of the Local Government Act 2002, the council was given a very clear mandate to take a holistic view of what they were doing. However, there is always a but. While the Parliament chose to give you a wide-ranging mandate, they did not give you an equally wide-ranging tax base. They left you with rates. Rates are an unusual form of taxation, quite different from income tax, in that they bear no relation whatever to income. Councillor Johansson was here when a major study on that was done around the year 2000. When I retired, my income went down, my income tax went down, and my rates went up. The situation is even worse for businesses. Many of them are seeing their profitability evaporate down to zero. Hence, their income tax liability goes down to zero. Their rates keep going up. Businesses and households do their best to manage their expenses during these times. They can do nothing to manage rates. The only people that can influence rates are sitting around this table. So there we have it. You've been left with an iniquitous system of taxation. What can you do about it? To recognize that if you can't afford something, you have to go without. This is common garden behavior in the household, and it's certainly behavior in businesses. If we can't afford something, we go without. So what do we have? This applies to the council. If it can't afford to do things, it has to stop. It also applies to us as ratepayers. If we can't afford things, we have to stop expecting the council to cough up. Where to start? The cash handouts are a good place to start. Establish the capital program to represent what the citizens told you in the recent satisfaction survey. Concentrate on your roads and your water. The rest of it, I'm sorry, we'll have to do without. My last 28 seconds. Normal approach to these things is for the council to say to the chief executive, find us some savings. That's not fair to your chief executive. In our system, responsibility for deciding where public money gets spent rests with elected members around this table, not with the chief executive. It is up to you to go through the annual plan and tell the staff what services we can no longer afford, what services we will no longer deliver. It's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed for some very clearly made points. Unfortunately, you haven't left us time for questions, but thanks very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us this morning. Thank you. Littleton Rowing Club, Jane Batchelor. Good morning, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Graham, not Jane. Jane is on my right. And I'm representing the Littleton Rowing Club building group. We welcome the opportunity to apply for financial assistance to rescue from demolition the historic Littleton Rowing Club building built in 1926 over piles in the inner harbour at Littleton. The heritage value of this building is recognised on the information panels at Tiana Marina under the banner of Rich Heritage, as in the photograph. The building must be removed from the current storage on Littleton Port Company land, and we need time to buy time to fundraise so it can be transported to Governor's Bay jetty site to replace a legendary boat builder Lionel Jeffcoat's shed that was burnt down some years ago. This would complement the jetty restoration by providing a venue for shelter, education, boat safety, and a place to display the story of the jetty, the boat builder, and recreational boating. The full proposal is in this document, A New Home Above the Water by Louisa Eads, and I'll table that in case someone would like to read it. We hope the council would help provide funding to move the building a short distance to temporary storage, and for the crucial engineering feasibility concept plan, which would greatly assist us with applying for grants. Because of changed circumstances, we are seeking half the initial sum, which I'm sure will please many. 4,000 for the concept plan and 2,000 for the shift. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Sam.
I see Sarah's went up the same time as me. It's probably exactly the same thing. Have you been to the community board for the funding? Because it's not, in the big scheme of things, a massive amount of money. I just wonder if you'd approach them at all.
The answer is yes. James, do you want to talk to that?
Yes.
Well, I can...
We've got some discretionary funding for the building repairs which were done when the building was shifted, and this is not in their category. They've got no funding available to us for this particular project.
All right, thank you. Sarah, was yours the same question?
Absolutely.
Indeed. Are there any further questions? All right, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to present to us this morning. And if you wanted to make that document available to staff, then we can make sure it's distributed among councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next submitter, Chris Ingalls from Duncan's Lane Limited. Is Chris Ingalls here? No. All right. So next then, Hospitality New Zealand Canterbury branch, Peter Morrison and Anna Halliday. And again, a written submission has been provided and made available to council as previously. Peter and Anna, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. As most of you all know me, I'm Peter Morrison and I am the Hospitality New Zealand Canterbury branch president and also on the national board of Hospitality New Zealand. Beside me is Anna Halliday, our Central South Island regional manager for Hospitality New Zealand, and our national operations manager Amy McLean-Minty puts her apologies for today's deputation. The Canterbury branch of Hospitality New Zealand comprises of 395 members. We appreciate the opportunity to speak, but I must say we were disappointed with the lack of notice we were given to make this deputation. However, we appreciate the urgency needed and hope the same urgency can be given to some of our key anchor projects, specifically the Metro Sports Facility and the Canterbury Multi-Use Arena. The PowerPoint presentation is a snapshot of some of our key data for the Council's information. You're not seeing this, of course, but you have been given a paper copy and I think you might even have it on your laptops. Hospitality businesses in Christchurch were already struggling to survive with increased compliance costs and ongoing delays in the anchor projects, which were failing to draw tourists to the city in sufficient numbers. Food and beverage businesses typically operate on a 10 to 15% margin, and much of this was eroded by the recent second round of compulsory minimum wage increases, which consisted of a 14% impact on already minimal margins. Commercial rates alone can account for $20,000 per year overhead for a small 250 metre squared cafe. Visitors are essential for fuel spending in the services economy, and in the pre-COVID-19 environment, Christchurch was already struggling to attract the volume required to sustain a growing hospitality sector. Christchurch was poised on the edge of recovery with an amazing quiver of experiences and hospitality to offer the tourism market as a whole. With the multi-use sports arena finally breaking ground, Trends 2020 committed to showcasing tourism operators to a worldwide audience in May just gone, and the convention centre Tipai on track to open in October this year. Hospitality businesses were finally seeing the light at the end of the decade of darkness. Sadly, COVID-19 has just snuffed out that light. The impacts of COVID-19 and the effects on the health system, economy and the well-being of people is not to be underestimated. The pandemic is the process of unilaterally and unequivocally wreaking havoc on an already exhausted industry. Our traditional accommodation sector, pre-COVID-19 short-term accommodation rentals, which is, as you know, we've been here before about this, Airbnb and Book a Batch, were already having a dire effect on the commercial accommodation sector, and the council are very aware of this. Whilst the New Zealand borders remain closed, the commercial accommodation sector have had the majority of their income eroded overnight, and many will not survive the coming winter months. There has been no indication from the New Zealand government as to when the borders will open again, and subsequently this is a heavy reliance on domestic tourism. Unfortunately, domestic tourists are already electing to stay in these short-term accommodation rentals, and it is irresponsible for any council to turn a blind eye to short-term rental activity at the demise of the commercial accommodation sector. The food and beverage sector have also faced significant challenges with 5 weeks of lockdown, during which time they were committed to paying significant fixed costs, including rent, utilities, commercial rates and insurance, with zero income coming in. This in turn reduced any fiscal equity business owners had previously generated and prevented them from accessing the first round of government-sponsored via the retail bank loans. Under alert levels 3 and 2, the industry could at least operate, but with great inefficiencies, and only as a high-cost, low-volume, low-return model. Many businesses opened their doors in this restrictive environment for fear of alienating their customers further and eroding their client base to the extent that their businesses were no longer viable. With zero to minimal income for 5 to 7 weeks, and in spite of substantial financial help from the government, the wage subsidy, some taxation compliance flexibility, and the dubious honour of taking on more debt, hospitality businesses are still existing on the edge of marginal. Where the 2 most recent minimum wage increases have sapped 11% from the average 15% profit margin, these businesses are now turning over money with little hope of profitability. If these enterprises are trying to service existing debt on a baseline of 4% profit margin, a massive income interruption like the COVID-19 operational restrictions will result in job losses. Meantime, businesses are trading again, but up to 57% of employees are being supported by the government wage subsidy scheme. Comparatively, actual filled jobs by region show that at 1st of December 2019, the Canterbury region employed 292,922 people across all industries, and by the 1st of April this year, that figure had dropped to 281,000, a reduction of 11,500 employees. As at June the 25th, our Hospitality New Zealand regional managers, Anna is one, have fielded 550 restructure and redundancy calls from members since the 1st of March. 69 of those calls are from the Christchurch TLA alone. So 69 in this Christchurch City Council area are likely to go into restructure and redundancy or close.
Have already done so.
Have already done so.
They've made people redundant.
Yeah. To protect and restore Christchurch economic viability, the Council must be prepared to take drastic action and seriously reconsider the zero rates increases as an option. Hospitality New Zealand urges the consideration of targeted relief for the worst affected industries, like our own hospitality, with key fiscal impacts written into the eligibility criteria. This is a practical, measurable way to assist local businesses without affecting huge revenue lost via the rates distribution mechanism to the Council. Cost rate rationalisation and the suspension of yet to be started high-cost soft projects like widening footpaths or completing cycleways must be another form of fiscal prudence in order to support the beleaguered business community. The hospitality industry is, for most cities and towns, the heart of the civic endeavour, offering our communities social and economic well-being and employing hundreds of thousands of New Zealanders. Hospitality New Zealand strongly urges councils to act in support of the local hospitality business community, and given the current economic climate, we fervently petition the Christchurch City Council to consider zero rates increases for the next 12 months at a minimum. Given these unprecedented times, unprecedented action is required. We propose the following: zero rate increases. We acknowledge Christchurch City Council, as part of their COVID-19 relief package, announced a 6-month rate deferral for businesses that has suffered a 30% drop in income as a result of the pandemic. In the current climate, Hospitality New Zealand again strongly urges you to consider zero rates increases for the next 12 months at a minimum. Temporary rates remissions. Councils should consider rate remissions or rebate options for businesses adversely affected by COVID-19, including delaying rate instalments and waiving late payment fees. These should be time-bound, we suggest up to 6 months. Zero increase to alcohol licensing fees. Currently licensed businesses are carefully managing the heavily decreased funds to ensure that they are able to keep their staff employed. For this reason, we request that the Council consider zero increases to licensing fees and to suspend any consideration of increases for the foreseeable future. Hospitality New Zealand applauded the Wellington City Council for their foresight in setting up a business group that included the hospitality sector 2 weeks before moving to level 4, and whom we were tasked with generating business support ideas for the Council to consider. Subsequently, the Wellington Council approved a number of measures, including but not limited to not charging and in some cases refunding food and alcohol licence fees, the suspension of fees for outdoor dining areas on public footpaths for the duration of the pandemic when eligible hospitality businesses could not operate. I did meet with Mayor Leanne Dalzell about this, and we did get some relief from the Council, which was excellent. I don't want to thank you for that. We anticipate that discretionary spending by locals will be less for at least 6 to 12 months, and domestic travel is also expected to be severely reduced until Air New Zealand builds up its schedule. With the government indicating that international border restrictions will be in place for a period of 12 months to 2 years, the global tourist dollar will be absent for some time. It is imperative and pleasing to see that the capital spending has been set aside for the Metro Sports facility and the Canterbury multi-use arena. These key and essential infrastructure projects must be fast-tracked to compete in what will only become a very competitive domestic market. Our members have been severely limited through the lack of these facilities and have subsequently lost revenue from multiple sporting and entertainment events that used to be a staple to the industry. Completing these key anchor projects as soon as possible will enhance the vibrancy and the allure of the city to the visitors and bring benefit to all stakeholders.
Now that has brought us to the end of the time set aside for the submission, unfortunately. So if I could just ask you to wrap up any key points quickly.
Yeah, so we're happy to further participate in consultation on this issue and look forward to continuing to work with you. We urge your CEO to hurry her review of staff levels, the staffing numbers and also the staff salaries. We're aware that there are still 400 people that were taken on for the earthquake that are still working in the council, and we agree wholeheartedly with Richard Pebble's submission earlier this week.
And can I just note that the number of redundancy calls from the different city councils, some key councils like Rotorua, Queenstown, areas that have tourism, Christchurch is significantly higher with the redundancy calls. I just want to make that point because we're competing, or we're looking at that data across New Zealand, and Christchurch has been significantly hit around redundancies.
Yeah, thank you for articulating, particularly some of the challenges that your industry is facing, and some points well made this morning. So thanks very much indeed for taking the time to come and address us. Thank you. Now, we're running a little bit behind time. We've got Judith Miller here. So what I would propose is that we would hear from Judith Miller and then take a slightly shortened break for morning tea, which will still see us running slightly behind time. So, Judith, thank you for joining us. Pleased that you were able to do so, and pleased that we've been able to fit you in a little bit later than expected, but before our morning tea break. So thank you.
Thank you for having us. Good morning, everybody. The Christchurch 360 Trail, as most of you will know, is a 140-kilometre walking route encircling the city. It was launched with the aid of the council some 5 years ago, despite there being some places where the circuit was not entirely connected. The Estuary Green Edge Pathway is one such area. The slide which you have shows the preferred route with the red dotted line along the edge of the estuary. This is the substance of the Boffa-Miskell report to which I'll talk. The second timeline shows you the deadly slow progress which has been made on this project since 2017. In 2019, at the last moment before the draft annual plan hearing, the project was pulled by the senior park staff and moved back to the planning phase for an environmental impact assessment. It was unbelievable to our committee that such a report should be called for after 4 years of protracted negotiations. Accordingly, the council contracted Boffa-Miskell, a company expert in environmental planning and design, to conduct the assessment. The need for an assessment was probably due in part to the Avon Heathcote Estuary Ihutai Trust, an organisation also supported by the council, who object to the trail, believing its introduction will be detrimental to bird life in the area. So, councillors will be pleased to note that a major focus of the Boffa-Miskell report was, and I quote, the possible impacts on water, wading and wetland birds by increased human disturbance and other ecological effects. It goes on. This report provides an assessment of the ecological values of the area that will be potentially impacted by the construction and operation of the pathway. It assesses the effects of the proposed pathway's construction and use on these values, and it proposes recommendations for avoidance, remediation and mitigation that may be required. It concludes, taking into account these measures, residual levels of bird disturbance are likely to lead to low-level behavioural impacts and constitute a low or a very low level of ecological effect resulting from construction and use of the pathway. So, councillors, in conclusion, it is on the basis of the findings of the Boffa-Miskell report that Christchurch 360 Trail asks the council, 1, to expedite a positive decision on the Estuary Edge project as a matter of priority, using the science-based Boffa-Miskell report to guide its deliberations. 2, the Trail thanks the Council for their ongoing support and especially for the appointment of Rodney Chambers, Coastal Parks Area Head Ranger, as a liaison person to our committee. He's been great. 3, we request that the Council instructs Christchurch NZ to integrate the Trail into its promotion of the city so that the Trail is something that the City Council owns and therefore can make more widely known. And finally, and this is a big crunch point, ladies and gentlemen, finally, along with the Estuary Trust, 360 Trail agrees that dogs constitute the major threat to bird life in the estuary area. Whilst the dog issue was outside the environmental impact assessment, we wish it noted that it is essential that the Council takes action to apply and improve dog bylaw compliance in and near sensitive wetland habitats. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Thanks very much indeed for taking the time to make the submission this morning. And a written submission has already been lodged, is that correct?
Yes.
Yep, so we'll obviously take your comments alongside the written submission that's already there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. All right, now we'll now break for morning tea. It's almost 11:15. What I would propose is that we come back to start at 11:30, which still gives us a 15-minute break, 5 minutes less than planned. So I'll adjourn the meeting until 11:30, but I will be wanting to start bang on time at 11:30. Thank you. Okay, so we'll reconvene the meeting. We will reconvene the meeting. Now, just in terms of administration, we are running approximately 10 minutes behind. It's the first time in the whole hearings that we've done that, so I apologise that that's happened. We have added one further individual to be heard on at the end of the 12:30 to 1 o'clock section. So that will mean that we'll be finishing this a little bit later than anticipated today. But at the same time, we'd already communicated that the hearings that we'd had in place for tomorrow are not going to be needed. I can now advise that the session that we'd had for Monday is also not going to be needed. And in that context, we had asked people putting submissions in if they wanted to be heard to advise that by the end of the day on the 18th. Obviously, the end of the day on the 18th has been and gone, and we've been very lenient around that with people that we're still agreeing to hear in a reasonably dynamic environment. So that is where we're at. So let's now reconvene the meeting and move on with the next submitter, which is the Christchurch Youth Council. Have we got the Christchurch Youth Council here? Yeah. So Amy Knudsen, Dom Wilson and Kate Burgess. So thank you very much indeed for joining us. Welcome to the table. Good to see you.
Thank you for having us. As the Deputy Mayor said, my name's Dom.
I'm Amy.
Kate, and we're from the Christchurch Youth Council.
So the Christchurch Youth Council, if you don't already know, we're a group of 12 to 24-year-olds who are super passionate about Christchurch and about advocating for young people's voice within Christchurch in itself. And we are determined to have a young voice on the bigger discussions so that we can have our voice heard throughout Christchurch.
So as many other organisations, we ran a very quick and small consultation for the annual plan for a wider group of young people. In about 48 hours, we managed to get 66 responses from young people across the city. In our document, which we'll be submitting, we have full lists of statistics and full information about what's been said. But because we're going to go a short period of time, we're going to quickly go over some points before we'll open it up for questions. But firstly, something we found from our consultation is that we need to make sure that there is more youth-friendly information about the topics at hand, because it becomes difficult for us as an organisation to be able to consult on this stuff and try to get this information across in a youth-friendly manner, because it is some very big, wide-reaching topics and stuff like that. So that's one of the number one things that we want to acknowledge and really ensure that both organisations can be working together to create that sort of information.
We also recognise the difficult balance between the rates increasing and putting funding into communities and things like that. And we also want to make sure that struggling families aren't financially burdened, because that is a big thing that young people are worried about, is that their families or their friends' families or whatever may end up financially burdened if they aren't already.
In regards to the water charge, young people would support a charge for those who are using an unfairly high amount of water, but we, again, what we saw throughout young people was to ensure that it would not affect low-income families with more household users who would use that increased amount of water. So the support from young people would be there as long as there's exceptions that would be made to ensure it doesn't unfairly affect people.
And just to add to that, that information is accessible to those people of how to get those exceptions.
Yeah. Young people, as you probably already know, are super passionate about the environment and super passionate about people in general. And we just want to make sure that the glyphosate reintroduction isn't just to save money. We wanted to make sure that it's actually for the health of people and the health of the environment, just because everything that's gone on, we want to make sure that it's healthy for them.
In regards to the increase to the Strengthening Communities Fund, we believe as an organisation that it would benefit those on the ground social supports, particularly organisations like our own who apply and receive funding from that. It'll make bigger opportunity to create more support for specifically young people, but all ages of people.
We just want to make sure that CCC is prepared to ensure that young people have an opportunity to feed into the long-term plan and the future engagements. We want to make sure that it is youth-friendly, not just aimed at adults 30 and above. We want to make sure that young people of all ages can actually have an opportunity to have their say.
And yeah, finally, we just want to recommend that the City Council uses the Christchurch Youth Action Plan as a resource in making decisions. It was commissioned by City Council back in 2016, and we want to ensure that the voices of about 400 young people are actively being used in the decisions that the City Council does make.
And the Youth Council used that document as well as a foundation for our submission, as well as the respondents from the survey.
We feel like CYC, Christchurch Youth Council and Christchurch City Council have a responsibility to support young people and to be able to genuinely engage in consultations, and we think that there is further work to be carried out in the partnership of this. Christchurch Youth Council are excited to be supported that the council and the long-term plan from an early stage to ensure that it is youth-friendly and that it has a good engagement process from the very beginning. So we want to let you know that feel free to get in touch with us for any help that you guys need to make sure that it is youth-friendly, because that's just a super passion of ours. But we also want to thank the engagement team for taking the time to meet with us as well, and thank you for the opportunity to let us have our voice.
So thank you for taking the opportunity to meet with us today. I've got a couple of councillors indicating questions, but unfortunately we haven't left time for that. I mean, there are ongoing conversations that we're having with the Youth Council, and we certainly value that. But thank you very much indeed for taking the time to make your submission to us this morning, and in fact for addressing some of the key points that we've raised in our own submission document that you've spoken to this morning. Thanks for the work you're doing. Thanks for the time you've taken. Thank you. So our next submitter is Torfida Wainwright.
Hi, thank you for listening to us. I'm come here to speak on behalf of the insects of Aotearoa, not just the bees, but all of the insects. Insects are in rapid decline at the moment. The species are winking out and the total numbers are plummeting, not just in Aoraki or Aotearoa, but in the whole world. And the main reason for this is the incessant spread, the relentless spread of human activity into those habitats where these creatures live. Now I need to ask, can you hear me, or shall I decapitate myself? Because that's quite possible. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, in the rural areas, we use Roundup routinely to clear the land for crops. We've cleared the shelter belts away. We've cleared the hedges away to make way for irrigators and cows. The subdivisions are creeping out from the city all the time. New subdivisions bringing lawnmowers, bringing home and garden aspirations, bringing tidy council verges. All this means there's fewer and fewer places for insects to live. They rely on wild spaces. They rely on wasteland. They rely on wild self-seeding plants. And the more we do this, the more we're actually reducing their habitat. And that's what the science says. Insects are plummeting because we're reducing their habitat, because we're spreading into it all the time. So why should we care? I think as this and these bees have said, if we go, the lovely mural that someone once did, if we go, we'll take you with us. A third of our food supply is reliant on insect pollination. That's a lot of the vegetables, most of the fruits. It's worth knowing that. It's not just bumblebees. It's not just honeybees or bumblebees, which is what most people think of. It's the native bees. It's the hoverflies. It's the drone flies. It's the butterflies. There's a lot of little insects out there which we never see or think of. But in fact, the research is saying that these wild creatures, these wild species of pollinators are just as important as honeybees and sometimes more important in pollinating our crops. Right now they are. And yet their numbers are plummeting because as we round up the fields, there's fewer spaces for them to live. There's fewer spaces for them to raise their children. There's fewer food stores for them. So we get rid of yarrow, fennel, clover, all of those tangly weeds. We get rid of these animals. We should also care because they're relatives, they're family. We share DNA with them. We share a planet with them. If they go, we do go. And they're going. So what's that got to do with the council? You're planning to change from the herbicide you've been using to Roundup. And from the insect's point of view, it doesn't matter what herbicide you use. It destroys their homes, it destroys their food stores, it destroys the places where they bring up their children. We're asking you, please reconsider using herbicide at all. Review your spray program. Massively reduce it.
Now, that has brought us to beyond the end of the 3 minutes set aside. So if you just had another key point, then and we need to wrap up after that.
Okay, it's going to require a change in mindset. And we urge you to educate the public, educate yourselves. We all need to change our mindsets to make this happen. And we urge you to do that, just for the sake of us all, really.
So thank you for an impassioned and very well illustrated submission today, and thanks very much indeed for the effort that you've put into what has been a very visual presentation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, next I would invite Jeremy Dixon, Civil Contractors New Zealand. Jeremy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'll get into it quickly and I'm going to read this, unfortunately. It's in addition to my written submission. I'll leave a copy here at the end. I'd like to preface my submission by recognising the very difficult situation the council and the city is in, not of its own making at this stage, and something you're working hard to steer the city through. My role is to ensure our industry is heard and that our council is fully aware of the potential implications of their decisions for our industry and the wider Christchurch economy. In my original submission, I outlined the role of CCNZ to promote a healthy and sustainable civil construction industry, and I emphasised the importance of the industry to our wider local economy. I also stated the importance of the CCC capital maintenance programs in regard to our ability to survive as an industry and to play our role in the wider economic recovery post-COVID. At that time, the spending for capital projects proposed in the initial draft annual plan was in line with the LTP. It was what was labelled a medium level spend and would only bring our city's infrastructure assets up to or below pre-earthquake level. It was not enough to improve the overall infrastructure assets, and this was concerning at the time, given the long-term cost of increased maintenance of aged and damaged assets versus new ones. In this revised plan, it now has $100 million plus removed from the already lower than desired capital budget, which raises serious concerns within the industry around our workflow and our ability to keep people employed, and further compounds the issue of aged assets costing the city more in the long run. I've revised my original written submission to reflect the change we've witnessed as an industry over the last 3 months. In Mayor Dalzell's written introduction to the annual plan, it stated that the capital plan will be capped at $400 million, a drop of over $100 million. It stated that the next LTP would see an opportunity to get under the lid, in quotes, which to me raises fears of further cuts to infrastructure capital spend after the 2020-2021 financial year. The Mayor does recognise in her introduction that the Council is a significant purchaser of goods and services and has an important pipeline of work for construction and contracting companies. It is also recognised in her address that an impact on construction and contracting of, in quotes, turning the tap off would be enormous, leading to more job losses and serious economic hardship. I applaud the Mayor in her recognition of this, but wish to challenge whether the real impact of reduced spend is truly understood and recognised by the wider Council. As once the wheels are in motion and the work is not there, the consequences in terms of job losses will be significant and sudden. It is also stated that the favoured model for rate increases is an average increase to a 500k residential house of less than $1 a week. The other proposed models will both be at a cost of well less than a cup of coffee a week. I am extremely concerned that none of the options consider an increase in the capital spend, or at least meeting the original budgeted spend in the original plan. The options only consider a variation of rate levels to reduce borrowing levels. Surely this is a false economy. where a difference of a few dollars for residential rates per week or a limit on borrowing is valued higher than the jobs that will be lost. The decisions made now will either keep or cost jobs in the future. Economists emphasise that when an economy is in recession, an unwillingness to spend on infrastructure will have dire effects on a wider economy. Unemployment leads to lack of spending and the economy goes into ever-decreasing circles. It's been proven time and time again. You as a council, you need to realise that a lack of investment in infrastructure is not part of the solution you should be looking for. The industry is a very large employer and has largely held on to staff through the COVID crisis with the promise that we are seen as a key provider of jobs and economic stimulus for the wider economy going forward by both central and local government coming out of this crisis. Tourism, hospitality and retail have all been affected to varying degrees and will take time to bounce back. We all know that. They all rely on money flowing into an economy that can be used as discretionary spend. We aren't discretionary spend. Construction, primary industry and export manufacturing are some of the few that are left able to carry on post this COVID lockdown. A hit to the construction industry now is unpalatable for the industry and for the wider economy, and it's something that needs to be avoided. We're sitting here now as an industry watching our local councils, of which CCC is the largest, reduce capital spend, withhold tenders to market, remove maintenance spending from budgets and look to reduce further years' investments. We're seeing the same from our national agency, NZTA, and it's extremely frustrating and worrying, not just for us, but for everyone. I really want to impress upon you that the visibility of work is just not there at the moment. The cliff of uncertainty for our industry is the worst it has been since leading into the GFC. The timeline for the looming cliff appearing is only around 3 to 6 months away for most of us. I fully realise that CCC cannot solve this entirely and is not the maker of this issue, but our council needs to recognise it has a large part to play in keeping the local economy strong. Central governments have got an even larger role to play and they're not delivering there. I really fear for the state of our Canterbury economy in 6 months' time when the honeymoon period that we're in now finishes and the harsh realities hit. Our industry has been earmarked to employ people from worst hit industries. I had Ministry of Social Development out to see me last week touting they had $320 million to put people into businesses. I told them in no uncertain terms, it's not happening. We'd be lucky to keep our own people the way things are looking going forward with the investment from central and local government. So maybe the solution for a council is that we borrow more. Maybe the rates increase. That's not my decision, that's your decision. But the current proposed level of spend is too low and has severe consequences for the wider economy. Money spent now is not wasted. It builds needed assets for the future and is never cheaper to do it than it is today. Borrowing is ridiculously cheap at the moment. Why aren't we doing it? You need to change your view as a council of infrastructure spending. And lastly, I'd just like to thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much indeed for your submission this morning. Some points very clearly made. That has taken the whole of the 5 minutes set aside, but thanks for the time taken. Thank you.
Do I upload this or do I leave a copy here?
Yeah, if you leave a copy with staff, that can be distributed and we would welcome that. Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, next we've got Phil Walker, and there's a written submission already received and placed on the hub. So is Phil here? Phil, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you. This is my wife, Catherine. My submission has two sides to it. Firstly, I'm a rural landowner, and secondly, I'm also a commercial tenant, I should say commercial landlord. So I'm imploring the council to think very closely on the zero rates for commercial buildings. So what I've got here is that we've listed down from 2005, one of my buildings was rated at $511 per annum. The same tenant is now paying $2,394 for the same building. These tenants are finding it very difficult in today's market, and it's only ever going to get worse for them. They include a panel beater, light engineering and automotive engineering. Now, I did give the gentleman outside a letter that was given to me yesterday from one of my tenants asking to put it forward to you guys, explaining his position. So I've done that. So these small businesses are definitely going to need help in the future. And it doesn't necessarily mean it comes purely from you guys, but obviously the help that they and their overheads will mean a major part of how their businesses perform. And on the whole, we do support Richard Peeble's comments as well. So that's the commercial side of it. One of my other buildings in the last 10 years, its increase in rates has been over 70%. So when my tenants look at this and me having to give them bills, obviously they're asking reasonably big questions of where the money's been used. and some of it we can say, I don't think have been used terribly wisely. So my other submission is on my own personal land. I'd like to know why rural properties have been targeted at 4.7%. I've lived in Christchurch for all of my 54 years. I've owned my property for 14 years. I believe the sole reason for the council's priorities is in the maintenance and upkeep of the city, which I believe also includes our heritage buildings. As a rural landowner, we supply our own and maintain our own sewer systems, water supply systems and storm drainage. Our personal rates have increased over 5 years to $700 on the land. We do not have any footpaths or bus services near us. And we are also having to clean the council drains so our land will drain. We're in marshlands, top end of marshlands, so it is wet land. To give you an idea, the neighbour property was used for market gardening. He's had to stop doing that because the land's too wet, he can't farm it. So I've also left a photo we took yesterday of Goodman's Drain, which comes on the back of our property. It is completely blocked. We constantly have to be on to the drainage part of the council here to get it cleaned. We've spoken with a Kirsty Padden, who we found most unhelpful and plain not interested. Now we did, when they were looking at putting a swale in at the back of our property, we said we're going to have issues with this because we can see it's just going to get left and not maintained, which is exactly what's happened.
All right, now that brings us beyond the end of the 3 minutes set aside for the submission. You've obviously left a couple of documents at the front desk and we'll make sure they get distributed.
Perfect.
And obviously in the latter part of your submission you're raising some maintenance issues that we'll also need to ensure get picked up as well. So thank you very much indeed for the time taken addressing us this morning and for raising those issues.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next submitter is Michael Britnell. Is Michael here? All right. So, Kiwi Property NZ, Vicky Bain. Vicky, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Morning. So this is, we've already put a written submission in, so this is just really to reiterate what we have put forward. So just to introduce myself, I'm Vicky Bain, the Centre Manager of Northland Shopping Centre for Kiwi Property Holdings. So I'm responsible for the overall management of the centre, which includes overseeing the profit and loss of the business, marketing and day-to-day operations. Northlands is owned by Kiwi Property. Over the years, Kiwi Property has invested in growth and refurbishment of Northlands to provide an attractive place for the Christchurch community to gather, and has invested well in excess of $19 million in Northlands in the last 2 years alone. Kiwi Property strives to provide the best premises to our tenants and the community in a convenient and central location. Northlands is one of New Zealand's largest enclosed shopping centres and is home to approximately 125 retail stores. And it makes a significant contribution to the retail environment and also to the full, part-time and casual employment opportunities in the city. Through the rates charged for Northlands alone, Kiwi Property pays one of the highest levels of rates in Christchurch, which is over $1.7 million for the 2019-2020 year. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, times have never been harder for retail. It is clear that the pandemic will have a material impact on the company's forward-looking performance and retail receipts. Kiwi Property has appreciated that under the revised annual plan post-COVID-19, the council is proposing an overall average rates increase of 3.5% compared to the 4.65% in February. While I represent Kiwi Property, I'm really here to represent the interests of our 125 tenants at Northlands. The reality is each individual retail tenant pays the rates, and so the rates increases place a direct additional economic burden on each of these businesses. We have two specific concerns that we would like to be addressed by Council. One is the calculation of our SIUP charges and the waste minimisation charge. Under the waste minimisation rates, Kiwi Property is subject to the full charge of waste minimisation. We understand that under the revised draft annual plan for 2021, The waste minimisation target rate has been set at just over $205 per unit, and that is because recycling is no longer being accepted overseas. However, we think Northlands should qualify for the part charge differential, which is 75% of the full charge. We understand that the purpose of this rate is to recover the cash operating cost of the collection and disposal of recycling and organic waste, and a significant share of the expected cost of related asset renewal and replacement. Northlands deals directly with all of its rubbish and refuse that the shopping centre generates. As a result, Northlands places minimal, if any, demand on collection and disposal of recycling and organic waste by the council. However, we are still subject to the full minimisation charge, so we request that Northlands be subject to the part charge, so that the fee we pay relates to the actual demand we place on council's waste infrastructure. With the calculation of the SIUP units, for the 2019 and 20 rates bill, Northlands was calculated to have 157 SIP units. Northlands, we believe, not all of our areas meet the criteria for the SIPUs, like storage units, which we believe have been included in this SIUP calculation. We believe that this number should be amended to reflect actual numbers of SIUPs at Northland Shopping Centre, which is around 125, representing each of our tenants. And the definition for SIUPs under the revised draft annual plan are separately let and permanently occupied units, which we don't believe storage units are. This concludes my submission. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for making the submission. And we've got have we got the written submission already lodged? Yeah, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, next we've got Daryl Miller and Ashley McLachlan from the Waterloo Business Park, and there's a written submission which has already been made available. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ashley McLachlan. I'm the Development Manager for South Park Corporation at Waterloo Business Park. South Park Corporation is a family New Zealand-owned company. The group's activities include resorts, utilities company, commercial and industrial leasing, residential developments and business parks like Waterloo Business Park. The background, Waterloo Business Park was created from the derelict Islington Freezing Works buildings and the surrounding contaminated lands. Totalling 114 hectares, over $58 million has been spent cleaning up the land and constructing roads. $553 million has been invested by other businesses building new buildings in the business park. Over $300 million is still likely to be spent on new buildings in the business park. We have forecasted approximately $118 million to develop the old Freezing Works buildings into a historic precinct to promote small businesses. The business park currently employs almost 2,000 people, and we're forecasting 4,600 people to be working there by the completion of the project. So the Hillsville Junction Road Extension, project ID 924. So Waterloo Business Park has developed the business park in coordination with Christchurch City Council, which saw the Waterloo Park construct 3.2 kilometres of road for council at their request. The coordination between council and Waterloo Park was formalised in March 2015 in a private development agreement. In that agreement, council were to construct 250 metres of road. That 250 metres of road is the Hillsville Junction Road Extension. While Waterloo Business Park has delivered on all of its commitments in the agreement, council has not. Council's commitment was predicated on it using its best endeavours to deliver the Hillsville Junction Road Extension in a timely manner upon funding being made available in the long-term plan. Funding was made available in the 2015 long-term plan, so the project should have proceeded immediately. It has, for the last 5 years, been deferred and deferred and deferred. The project was in the 2020 annual plan, but has been pushed out to the 2022 long-term plan. That's 7 years after funding was made available for the project. So why is it important? At the intersection of Hillsville Junction Road and Waterloo Road, currently, there's a rail crossing. There's a T intersection, and the rail crossing is only a few metres away from the intersection. The road lanes are on a bend, so it's cambered, so it's very bumpy driving across it, and so trucks rattle all the way. one leg is at 20 degrees to the vertical of the other leg, of the vertical leg. So when you drive into it, you're not sure whether you're driving straight through or turning. So are you giving way to your right or not? No one's very sure ever. When Arctic trucks approach the intersection, it's too narrow, so when they're turning left, they have to stop on the railway lines and wait for the right-hand lane to clear so they can get around the corner. Whilst all these trucks are rattling across the railway line, there's residential housing on all three legs of that intersection. It is an unsafe intersection that has had a huge increase in commercial vehicles, and this number is only going to increase. On Wednesday this week, between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m, I put my guys out to count the traffic. They had 10.3 vehicle movements per minute on average. 2 truck movements per minute during that period. And on a cold, overcast winter's day, 56 cyclists. Which brings me to the major cycle route south, Templeton to Gilderthorpes. So funding for that project has been spread out in the revised 2020 plan. It's just 3.5 kilometres of cycleway. It would link the cycle route from Rolleston that exists today all the way through the business park. The business park section exists today, and it would make it safe for workers at the business park to get to work. It would also, by chance, make it safe for the children at the Hornby primary and secondary schools to get to school safely. So in summary, this is a dangerous intersection that was created by council in our private development agreement. This was a situation that has been created quite intentionally by council and they've not taken ownership for it. You've received submissions on this matter from the Greater Hornby Residents Association, from the Waterloo Residents Association, from the Housewell Hornby Riccarton Community Board, and now the business community in Waterloo Business Park, around business at Waterloo Park, and the 800 local members of the Road Transport Association. In this matter, the community is in unison. The project must proceed immediately. To not proceed with this project is to tell the community that you've wasted their time. In public consultations in 2017, and the community board approval of the project in 2018. That council does not respect the safety and does not take ownership of this situation. Council needs to take ownership of the situation that they have created. I'll take any questions.
Yeah, we've taken the whole 5 minutes with the submission, but some points very well made, and a very clear request, and obviously we've got your written submission as well. So thank you very much indeed for the time taken doing that. Unfortunately, that didn't leave time for questions, but thanks for the submission in any case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, an individual submitter, Philip Haythornthwaite. Philip, thank you for joining us. Welcome back. And you have 3 minutes to make your submission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of you will know who I am. I am involved heavily in the disability community as well as a private owner of a property in Christchurch. The purpose of speaking to you today is to simply ask the council to please do the job first time properly, because a huge amount of ratepayers' money is being wasted by failing to do it this way. Go, for instance, to Colombo Street outside Barker's and ask yourself why in 2015, when you installed the Operation Mobility car park, you did not put in the curb cut down so people can get off the road. I presume that the wheelchairs are supposed to go somewhere else when it is a legal requirement. A complaint was filed by me as president of DPA on the 4th of December 2015. Why has it taken 55 months non-action to do a job that you should be penalising your contractors for inept work? The same can be said of things like the bus shelters on Holswell Road by Aidenfield Drive. Where does that go? It goes to St. John of God and people there on Nash Road. But you cannot get off those bus stops properly because you have not put in the platforms for people to get on and off. All you've got is the road surface. The buses has no way to get down. Totally incompetent work that should have been done correctly at the beginning. And there are many other examples around the city that I could give you lists of. But the purpose, once again, is to say simply, please, when you send your contractors out to do a job, do it properly at the beginning. So we don't have to come back to you all the time and say to you, under the Building Act or whatever disability rules, please redo this. It wastes ratepayers' money, time and energy. And that's where this submission has come from and why I felt so strongly about the rates this year. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to address us this morning. Some points very well made and a couple of very good examples as well. So thank you very much indeed for the time taken doing that. Thank you. So next I'd invite Prue Stringer to the table. Prue, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I did put in a written submission, but I just had lots of stories that I wanted to tell to add to it. I won't get many of them done in 3 minutes.
Great.
I would like to applaud you on the climate and ecological crisis declaration that you made, but I don't see action for climate change, and that to me is the ultimate problem of our day. I would just like to remind the Council of the former Mayor of Auckland in the 60s and 70s, Dubmire Robinson, who wanted to get a rapid transit system in Auckland. He failed because it was considered too expensive. People now in Auckland say, if only we'd listened to Robbie. And I also understand that the vote was lost by one vote in the council to get that spending in those days. So I'd like to remind you, councillors, that you would not like your legacy to be that you were the only one who voted against spending for the future for a sustainable city. So my plug in this one is for spending on active transport, on walking and cycling ways. And one of the little stories I'd like to find time to tell you is of, as a parent of children who wanted to bike to school. I live in Heathcote Valley. My son had to bike along a power road along with all the trucks from Littleton Port to get to school. I was petrified, but I let him go because you bring up your children to be independent. He did get to school, but I never forget the day about a year later when one of his friends came into my house carrying my son's bike helmet saying, Ben has had an accident. That is one of the most awful moments for a parent to experience, and I hope some of you are parents or have had similar experiences. Luckily he survived it, but a car just turned in front of him. And we know that those of us who are cyclists will cycle more if we've got off-road cycle facilities. Look at the lockdown when so many people we met out and about just loved cycling and with their families. But, you know, with my experience, no wonder parents drive their children to school and look at the 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock clogging of the roads. But you've got to feel safe to let your children bike to school. So I would say please spend on those priorities. We want our future city to be sustainable. Please charge for parking, use the money on active transport, and I would just like to remind business owners that cyclists are customers as well. We like to go to shops. You don't need to have car parking right outside your shop. You can encourage us by having bike parking outside your shop. We will go there, we will go to cafes, we will spend our money. We will come into the city if it is attractive to us and if it is safe to bring our families into. So please remember that your legacy should be that you had decided to spend money on future-proofing our city, making it accessible for everybody, for families, for people who can't afford cars, make it expensive to bring cars into the city, and maybe also borrow money. This is the time to spend the money on facilities like off-road biking. Thank you. I had lots more stories, but I'm sorry, 3 minutes doesn't go far.
Yep, and that has filled the 3 minutes very well. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to do that.
Thank you.
So our next submitter, Wayne Findlay. Wayne, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. You have a written submission in front of you, which I intend to depart from entirely. But I would note wryly that having declared a climate emergency and yet promote long-haul tourism, short-haul tourism, etc., surely that's a huge dissonance. I will leave you to square that circle. I think I will concentrate on two things, one of which you cannot do anything about and one of which you can. You have been expert as a council, and nothing personal, at causing huge private cost to citizens of Christchurch. The one you can't do anything about is the chlorination of water, which according to the press has resulted in upwards of 12,000 hot water cylinders needing to be replaced. So at an average of 2,000 to 3,000 per cylinder, you have caused direct private costs of between $24 and $36 million, to which one can add the filters that people have had, the filters that we buy to keep the damn stuff out of the water, etc. All private cost, all caused by effectively an overreaction to a government edict, which the council should have said, we have the safest water in New Zealand, we haven't got sheepyards 100 metres upstream of any of our water sources, we will do the thing quietly over 20 years and we will assess the risks. The one you can do something about is the sea level rise on the east coast, which has caused limbs to be placed on all of the properties, higher insurance, severe mental stress for a lot of people in the east as they see their dreams for a new or replacement house go out the window, and a continual barrage of over-the-top comment about you're all going to be flooded. So let's quote from the Coastal Sand Budget for South Pierces Bay, done in June 2018, tucked away neatly on your website. Murray Hicks, NIWA, was one of the authors. The words in the key conclusions, page 9, at least up to 2120, the city's shore sand budget should remain in surplus and the shore should not begin to erode except under the worst case RCP 8.5 climate change scenarios. So the request is simple. It's something you can do. It will relieve some stress for those in the east. Remove those limbs. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Our next submitter, Anthony O'Connell from Orion New Zealand Limited. Anthony, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks, team. I can confirm there's no significant power outages currently, but this is where I need your assistance. Hi, my name is Anthony O'Donnell and I'm the Works Delivery Manager at Orion New Zealand Limited. Part of my role includes the management of tree and vegetation around Orion's network infrastructure. Orion's submission on the council draft annual plan dealt with our concerns over ensuring appropriate budgetary provisions for meeting the council's duties and obligations under the Electricity Hazard from Trees Regulations 2003 have been accounted for. In short, the Electricity Hazard from Trees Regulation 2003 sets out the responsibilities of electricity lines companies and tree owners. The purpose of the regulations is to protect the safety of the public and to ensure the reliability of supply of the electricity to our customers. As a council, as a significant tree owner of street trees, park trees and road reserve trees, it is important to understand the implications of not maintaining trees and vegetation. Some of these examples include, and I've listed them in order of priority, the issues around public safety risk, which involve trees in contact with overhead lines. Secondly, interruptions to power supply due to trees, which impacts on Orion's reliability of its supply to its customers. And just a couple of facts, quick facts. Year 19, second on our list for unplanned impact was the impact of vegetation, as well as second on the list for duration of the impact was trees also. And from 1st of April this year, it is currently third on the list for unplanned impact and second for duration on impact. So, and it's important to note that this is Orion's overarching network, not trees solely around council-based assets as such. And thirdly, it's ensuring council's obligations under the current legislation are being met. Orion understands that trees are important council assets and cutting down these trees may not be the best approach in all instances. Therefore, recently Orion has been collaborating with council tree managers to look at alternative options, which may include reviewing alternative engineered solutions to achieve compliance in certain scenarios. However, these alternative scenarios will also carry a cost. So to ensure we're all set up for success, Orion seeks the council ensures that the tree and vegetation management budgets have been appropriately quantified to achieve compliance with the regulations as a minimum. We also see benefit in establishing a budgetary line item for regulatory compliance, as this currently sits with the overall within the overall tree maintenance budget. So pulling this line item out or budgetary item out enables the measurable value to be reviewed annually. Also, that an ongoing proactive program to ensure continued compliance can be supported. And finally, that Orion and Council continue their collaboration and support to achieve overarching compliance. Thanks for listening to my submission.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions? Anne?
Thanks, Anthony. Do we have a tree policy in council? I should know this, but I don't know.
Oh, that would be a question for our staff.
No. What I mean, Thank you. I didn't phrase that very well. What I meant to ask you was, are you aware if council has a tree policy?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And it's perhaps Councillor Templeton can tell us a bit more about that. What is it in development? Oh, right. Okay.
All right.
It's only
if we need to get an update on what we hope are the final stages of the development of the tree policy, we can certainly get that.
That would be good.
Fine.
It would be nice if we also noted that would be good to hear about if that's possible.
Indeed, and thank you for raising it.
Thank you, Anthony.
Great. All right. Thanks very much indeed for the submission. Oh, Yanni, you've got a question, just quickly.
Yeah,
okay.
I just wanted, Orion, would you be interested in having a conversation about undergrounding?
Yeah, surely. That undergrounding is an option. It's also mindful to be aware that undergrounding is potentially 3 to 4 times the cost of overhead. So where we can, we're looking at some of our maintenance, we're looking at some of these alternative options to see if we can basically offset Orion's, say, pole replacement with a possible undergrounding scenario. But every case is different, and it's just providing those options that best suits the type of environment that we're in.
Yeah, I was just thinking of some of the older neighbourhoods which have the more mature trees would seem to be ones that aren't undergrounded.
Yeah, and again, that would be an option that could be considered effectively, as well as how we engineer some of our overhead lines as well, just to ensure we've got those separation distances intact.
Cool, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks very much indeed for taking the time to make the submission today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next, I'd invite individual submitter David East to the table. David, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillors, it's been a while since I've been here, but good to see you all. I'll just start with a couple of bouquets. Excuse my voice. Community grants. Exceedingly pleasing to see that you are going to elevate the rate for Strengthening Communities Fund. We have a lot of our community groups under a lot of pressure at the moment, and that's a very good aspect of your annual plan. Rather tongue-in-cheek, I can say that I'm absolutely delighted that you are reversing the glyphosate issue. That was something that I alone voted against way back. However, I would advocate that you do maintain a very stringent application procedure and adhere to very stringent health and safety procedures when you are using glyphosate again. On the rate situation, I do acknowledge that you're in a bit of a no-win situation here, having to face earthquake recovery expenditure, and then on top of that the COVID-19 crisis. and nationally there's a call to maintain investment in infrastructure, but locally there's that call to keep rates as low as possible. So it's a no-win situation, trying to balance both exercises. However, I do think that it's the time in our history is absolutely ripe now for a major rethink of how council operates in terms of its procurement policy, which we seem to get some absurd costs every now and again. I think of $950,000 for a toilet block and changing sheds in QE2 Park. How the hell we can justify that, I do not know. So there's a major need for a review of our procurement policies and expenditures. I support totally the sentiments that have been expressed recently by Richard Peebles and others about reviewing a lot of our costs and our projects, and people talk about 40% of our rate take going on wages and salaries and consultants' fees within council. These are things that need a major overhaul. With the water rates, I think the drier areas of the city need some consideration, and whilst I sort of have an empathy for the direction we're going in, I'd like to have that considered. Just finally, it is disappointing for me to see a number of projects in the eastern suburbs again deferred. The New Brighton, the QE2 master plan, funded from monies that we sold land to the Ministry of Education, again being deferred. The Estuary Edge project seems to be dragging on and on and on. Legacy projects in the east are dragging. Roading priorities just seem to go out the back door. We seem to get an asphalt strip down the middle of a road, or a chip and tar seal just covering the bumps, lumps and everything else that are in the city. So I think there's a major need to reprioritise a lot of work, and certainly in my mind a lot of earthquake legacy work is slipping behind the 8 ball. So thank you for the opportunity to come in.
Thank you for taking the time to
and I wish you well
that.
with your deliberations. I don't envy you at all. I'm enjoying my life of semi-retirement and
thank
not
you.
having to be browbeaten by each and every one. But thanks again for the
Thank you for taking just over 3 minutes out of your semi-retirement to address us today. Thanks, David. Good to see you. Okay, Roger Ellery from the Littleton Tug Preservation Society. Is Roger here? Apologies. Oh, so we've got apologies from Roger, who's not going to be joining us. So Marie Gray and Paula Jameson from the Summit Road Society. Good afternoon, welcome back, good to see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nei rā te mihi mai o hā kia koutou, kei rongi nā āhotanga o te wā. My name is Marie Gray from the Summit Road Society, and here with me today is Paula Jameson, who's a member of our board. So I'm sure most of you know by now that the Society is a charity that was established in 1948 to further the vision of Harry Yale to protect and preserve the Port Hills and to provide for public access. So we own and manage 4 reserves on the Port Hills, and we are very grateful for the Council's ongoing support in terms of an annual grant and in-kind ranger support. We also lead the community project Predator Free Port Hills, which aims to see 1 household in 5 trapping in their backyard by 2024. Our coverage area is the Port Hills from Taylor's Mistake to Gebbies Pass and the harbour from Littleton to Pudo. So we now have over 1,000 households trapping with our program. Now we know that the council has a difficult job ahead with this annual plan. However, we do want to highlight the importance of parks and reserves in our recovery. We do not want to see any cuts to parks and biodiversity initiatives. Environmental wellbeing and community wellbeing go hand in hand. Spending time in nature and participating in efforts to restore it improves physical and mental health, environmental outcomes and community cohesion. We reiterate our support for the Council's commitment in time, funding and resources to pest-free Banks Peninsula and support this group's application for additional funding as a COVID-19 response. Ramping up efforts to eradicate pests and predators from the peninsula will provide jobs, improve biodiversity, improve community connection and support efforts to capture carbon. While there are challenges ahead, we cannot lose sight of the big picture and the importance of these initiatives in addressing the long-term challenges of biodiversity loss and climate change. We will continue to look after our reserves, including our new Linda Woods Reserve in the Heathcote Valley. As you can probably appreciate, there is a great deal of work needed to develop this reserve, and we ask for the Council's support in achieving this. We also want to highlight the importance of Duncan Park, which is on Port Hills Road. The management plan for Duncan Park was developed 20 years ago. Duncan Park is now a gateway to Linda Woods Reserve and therefore to the whole network of reserves on the eastern Port Hills. It is no longer a small urban park. And while we appreciate the timing is challenging right now to undertake a review of the management plan, we want to bring this matter to your attention looking forward. With regards to glyphosate, on the society reserves, we undertake weed control to keep tracks clear and for biodiversity reasons. Many weeds are serious pests and they threaten our native flora. We do use weed killers, including glyphosate, where necessary. For example, we may use cut and paste glyphosate when we're removing Spervalerium, which is an invasive weed which threatens the rare flora on the rocky outcracks of Wakinetake Reserve in Governor's Bay and also the wider peninsula. We believe that glyphosate is a valid tool in the toolbox when undertaking weed control for biodiversity reasons. We trust the Ranger Service to use this tool carefully and therefore support the option to use it when it is the best tool for the job. In summary, protecting our natural environment and providing opportunities for people to enjoy natural spaces is going to be more important than ever in the days ahead. We would like to see investment in biodiversity initiatives such as planting programs, pest control and pest-free Banks Peninsula as a core part of the Council's response to COVID-19. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks very much. That does leave time for questions. So James.
Kia tēnā koe. Excuse me. The use of glyphosate, I think you said you support that?
Yeah, so for biodiversity reasons. Yeah.
Right. So what effect will it have on bees and insects? Do you see?
It has no effect on bees or insects because they don't contain the enzyme which plants do that glyphosate targets.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Sarah.
I'll just follow up. We had a submission earlier which talked about not necessarily the impact of the glyphosate itself on the insects, but the loss of habitat for them. Is that a concern?
Yeah, well, what we're doing is we're focusing on weed control for biodiversity.
Yeah.
So weed control in order to protect the biodiversity that exists. For example, like Spervalerium, getting rid of Spervalerium, which threatens the native flora up there, such as the native forget-me-not. There's actually a whole lot of invertebrate populations that inhabit that rare flora as well. And so when that flora becomes threatened, so do those invertebrate populations. So while we can't comment on the use of it in your local urban park, we're talking about weed control for biodiversity purposes in regional parks.
Great.
Thank you. All right, so that brings us to the end of the 5 minutes for the Summit Road Society. But Marie, you've got a submission now as an individual.
Yes, I've got a different hat on.
Okay.
From myself as an individual.
So you've got 3 minutes now for that submission. Thank you.
Ngā mihi. So, tēnā koutou. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family, where there's 4 of us living in Wigram, myself, my husband and 2 children. So I would just like to say from a personal perspective, I am less concerned about rates rises and more concerned about cuts, as the council provides a critical role in supporting the wellbeing of our city. I am full support of cycleways. Last year I started cycling with my children, part of the way to school, and the Quarryman's Trail has enabled this to happen. However, until the Norwest Arc is completed, we cannot cycle all the way from home because it's simply not safe. I can understand that due to COVID-19, there can be delays for practical and logistical reasons. However, I do not want to see these projects pushed back due to cost. Yes, the roadworks while the cycleways are being put in are frustrating. However, long term, they are some of the best investments a council can make. Cycling takes cars off the road, it provides exercise and activity, and it reduces carbon emissions. I also support continued investment in parks and reserves, biodiversity initiatives to restore habitat, control pests, clean waterways, and long-term thinking around climate change. I also don't want to see any cuts to services and facilities like libraries, pools, playgrounds, museum, art gallery and community spaces, because they provide spaces for learning, culture, active play and just having fun. Just this morning I booked swimming lessons for my boys to resume next term. Yesterday I booked for the STEAM program at South Library, Science, Technology, Engineering and Maths for my oldest boy, and this afternoon we are visiting the new Brighton Library and the new Puna Taimwana. The community outcomes you identified in the strategic plan define the city we want to live in. Don't lose sight of these long-term goals for short-term savings. They are more important than ever in times of crises. My final point is I support the excess water charges. And the reason I support that is I walk a lot around my neighbourhood, especially in the summer, walking my dog, and I see a great number of people watering their driveway. I believe that charges for water use would encourage much more responsible use of this precious taonga. So that's it from me as my personal submission. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much indeed. Jake.
Thanks for that. Hey, totally taking on board what you're saying about supporting the water charge. Do you, though, support a difference in allocation based on property values?
I read into that. What I do support is special consideration to large families who may live in poorer areas and who may actually genuinely need a large household allocation. But from what I could understand, the average allocation was 7 bathfuls per household, and I think that is more than sufficient for the average household. But I do think there needs to be special consideration when there are large families living in poorer areas, and that's a special consideration.
All right, thank you. And just drawing attention to the fact that there are exemptions available in the situation that you described.
Yeah.
Great. All right, thanks very much indeed for the time taken around the 2 submissions today. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so next we've got Lincoln Platt. Now, Lincoln is speaking in place of Joanne Hayes, Member of Parliament for the National Party, who would have been here, was unable to join us. So, Lincoln, you're in place of Joanne. So, welcome. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Excellent. Well, thank you, councillors, for the time that you put into this and hearing all the submissions. Must be quite a task hearing roll after roll of different people coming from different angles. But as it's been spoken, my name is Lincoln Platt and I'm the National Party's candidate for Christchurch East. But I want to say today that I'm here and I'm taking off my political hat and I'm speaking on behalf of the communities out there, and especially the Burwood and Coastal East communities. Last year, Joe Hayes, who was the National Party list MP at the time, presented a petition to this council. That petition came about by hearing the cry of the community for a faster action on the New Brighton Centre master plan here that you will all be familiar with. That was approved back in 2015. Now, some of the master plan has been achieved, but very little other action has taken place. I was asked by the community to come and make the submission on behalf of Joe, so I thought to myself, right, first thing I should do is go back to the community, go back to the business leaders do some research and let you know what the voice of the people are out in the east in the Burwood. I asked questions like, have you seen a change in the direction, speeding up the implementation of the master plan, which is desperately needed? Their answer was a resounding no. I asked, are you still passionate for the area? Do you want to invest your time, money and resources? And the answer was yes, they still do. Can you see a better way to deliver this master plan than what is currently being done? And the answer was yes. So I just want to pause on that point. They can see a better way that this plan can be presented and implemented in the way at the moment. Now, I've become aware through my research and questions that Councillors James Daniel, Councillor Phil Major, and I believe the backing of Leanne Dalzell, the Mayor, have put a motion and a resolution before the Council to use the current Regeneration Act to support the development of a regeneration plan for the implementation of this master plan. It will be a how-to guide identifying the processes needed to achieve the goals of the plan. I've found that the community and the business leaders that I've spoken with are actually singing from the same song sheet. They see little hope in the direction that is currently heading, and they want to change that direction for the implementation of this and support this new idea put forward by the councillors. There are a number of roadblocks that are currently in the way that cannot be removed by the current system, by the way we're trying to implement at the moment. For example, there are planning rules in the way that need the powers from the Regeneration Act to remedy. It's only through the Regeneration Act that the council can signal through the regeneration plan to the investors who are ready to go that it is time to invest. The regeneration plan would give certainty to those developers who they will start putting their plans in place. Now, we all know, we've heard it spoken many times, that you've got a very difficult task on your hand with COVID-19 and looking at the budget. The council is looking at all avenues to reduce cost and delay capital spending where possible. But the Burwood and coastal community is asking that you don't cut out the small cost of the seed money needed to get this regeneration plan done, and also the seed money that is needed to start the projects. We know that planning takes time, and often far too much time. But we can use this time to get all the ducks in a row and to get the projects to a shovel-ready stage, so that when the financial recovery comes, which it will come, we'll be ready to spring into action. It will take the political will of yourselves, the councillors, to make this happen. So I just want to put a spotlight on just one roadblock project that is a key to the area, and that is the extension of the Oram Ave. Now, what that's planning to do is take some of the main street, which is running east and west, and provide a north-south access so that we can have more businesses on that access, which will provide protection from the easterly wind. Now, that was highlighted in this plan in 2015, and I found it interesting when I read it that it was highlighted as considered a priority. It was also highlighted that funding was already allocated in the 3-year plan, and yet the land remains unpurchased. Nothing has happened on it. It is one of the major roadblocks to actually getting that New Brighton Mall moving in the direction that this plan wants it to go. To purchase this land is only a small amount of what is needed for the entire master plan to succeed. It is the purchase of this land that will unlock much of the development of the New Brighton Mall. From that purchase, the private investors will quickly rally, spend their finances and construct the buildings that is required. And I spoke to one of these investors last night. He had a very interesting story. When it was signalled in 2015 that Oram Ave should be pushed through, he got busy on his own back in his own time, signed up 3 businesses that wanted to go into this retail area. And yet 5 years later, no land has been purchased, and it is completely blocking what he's wanting to do, investors are wanting to fulfil that area with their businesses in the retail area. And I asked him about his will and his drive. He is still itching to go. He still wants to do it. He's actually even offering he'll go and do it if he gets given the authority. Let's release this investor and others investors to make the change that we need. So I'm asking you in the annual plan to allow the seed finance for the purchase of the land and the funding for the regeneration plan that we want to put in place. So I'd like to finish by asking the councillors a favour. Not sure if people ask for favours, but I'm going to ask for one. I ask this favour of the councillors that are outside of the Burwood and coastal areas. The councillors James Daniel and Phil Major, Mayor Leanne Dalzell, cannot support and deliver for their community what they were elected to do. They can't do this without your political will and your support of their plans. The favour is this. Please take time to have a chat and have a coffee with them. Find out just how much such a small amount of help and finances will unleash the community to move forward that is actually still recovering from the earthquake. You might not be connected to these wards and you weren't elected to represent these wards. But we find that you're in the position that you actually do hold the power to either stop the development of this community and build our community out there. You actually do have the power to support what we're doing out there. And my statement here at the end is quite simple. Our future is in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now, you left us a couple of minutes, so let's move to some questions. I've got Jake, Sarah, Tim. Jake.
Cool. Thanks for that.
James.
I appreciate you've obviously done a lot of work brushing up on an issue that is probably quite new to you. I wanted to sort of get your opinion on glyphosate and also water charging. Obviously, so you're representing the east. That's an area that charge is going to kick in earlier than in other parts of the city. What are your views on those two issues?
Well, see, I'll divert a little bit because that's not the reason I'm here for the submission. But on the glyphosate, I support the last submitter here where they were saying that they want to use it for weed control so the biodiversity can grow. It's obviously a budget issue. I would hate to, and most of the community would hate to see that sprayed willy-nilly everywhere, but it can be used to control the pest weeds, which allows the biodiversity to grow that we do want. So I think there is a time and place for it now while we're looking to be careful with our finances and then move to other methods again later when we can afford. The water rates, we have got an issue. We've got a city that's growing and we've got an issue with water and water allocation. I do support the looking at putting in a control on how much we use and signalling to the community and even myself to change our practices on how we wash our cars and, as it was pointed out, washing down our precious driveways. So I certainly do support that, to bring myself and others here into using water carefully and treating it as the precious resource it is. Because as we move forward and as the city grows and as it's predicted to be hundreds of thousands more in the future, it is a serious issue. And I think now is the time to signal being responsible with that resource. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. That unfortunately has brought us to the end of the time allotted. I know there are other questions that people wanted to ask, but we're out of time for that. Thanks very much indeed for taking the time to make the submission. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Sumner Lifeboat Institution. Paul Wisby. Paul, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Sorry to have kept you waiting a little while.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to submit today. I know that the clock is ticking, so I'm just going to get straight to the point if I can. Our issue is specifically that we can't launch our big vessel, Blue Arrow, which patrols Timaru through to Kaikoura at certain tides, and we're unable to commit to our 24/7 sea rescue operation, which poses a significant threat to the local community and the wider community at large. The issue for us is post-earthquake geological changes. Essentially, Whitewash Head, through LiDAR surveys, and geotechnical information has suggested 240,000 tonne of debris has been deposited into the sea, and unfortunately a lot of that ends up at our slipway. To date, since 2015, we've done lots of excavation, dredging, and we've removed 10,000 tonne. It's a real issue for us, and it's draining our cash flow. As a board, we decided to look at a permanent solution. We engaged a OSAL Engineering, which are specialised marine engineers, and have come up with 2 solutions for us. The first solution is a 16-metre sheet pile that runs the parallel of the slipway, and our preferred option is extending the breakwater by 20 metres. So in simple terms, our request is that we are seeking 500k from the annual operating plan to continue Summer Lifeboat's ongoing viability. Happy to answer some questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Aaron.
And it's kind of as much of staff as yourself. Is this the best place to get that? Is there other avenues for that funding, given what it is?
All right. I mean, that's certainly a question that we can pick up and that our staff can answer. We've got people taking notes. We've got obviously a report back on all of the issues that submitters are raising. Certainly it's something that we can consider.
Yeah, because if there's particular hours that we're not keeping up our end of it, well, they're not able to deliver their end of a deal, which is in our patch, then it needs to be addressed. So if we can get something back on that, would be good.
All right. Thank you. Tim and then Sarah. Tim.
Thank you. So to extend the breakwater 20 metres is 500 k's. That's basic. Is that what you're saying?
So what was the question again?
If to extend, your preferred option is to extend the breakwater 20 metres.
Yes.
And that's going to take 500 k. Is that?
Yes. So both remediation strategies have been priced up at circa 500k. The reason why we think the breakwater is a better one, aesthetically it's more pleasing, and it eventually moves the debris out into deeper water and acts as a rock catchment area for that debris. The difficulty we have is, and I don't want to get into, sort of tweeting fate, but if another event happened, another seismic activity, we'd be back to square one. So we need a full future proof for us to maintain our status.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you. Just to make it really clear, the $500,000, you're not looking for that to be money handed to you, but for council to put it in as an item to do in our work, because it's our extension.
Apologies. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. James.
Actually, my question was asked by Tim, but with it being at 500k, I would have thought you could have spoken to Councillor Major. He'll probably do it cheaper.
Or pop round on Sunday.
Yeah. Throw some rocks in.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to make the submission.
Thank you.
And for raising those issues. Thank you. All right. So next we've got an individual submitter, Julie Downard. Julie, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. 23 May 2019 was a momentous day in Christchurch. Right here in this chamber, you, the City Council of Christchurch, had the courage and the wisdom to declare a climate and ecological emergency. It was a really solid declaration, one of substance. And I'm here to remind you today of the commitment you made to our community on that day. This annual plan needs to be true to that commitment, no matter what our current circumstances. Leanne Dalziel mentioned the urgency of the need for everyone to take action to reduce carbon emissions to zero, the need to better prepare ourselves, and she said that cities have a large responsibility in addressing climate change. She said it makes financial sense to act now, because ironically, the costs will increase if we don't. If we don't invest now, there will be a significantly greater cost later. Clause 3 of the declaration is key. Climate change leadership and safe and sustainable water should be the overarching objectives of our key strategic documents. So I have to ask you, how exactly does your current annual plan meet this threshold when climate change is not mentioned in it once? You want to cut 77% of the active transport budget and 26% of public transport, but only 16% of the roading budget. How does that fit with making climate change the overarching priority? Cars have had virtually the whole budget for decades. We have all the roads we need, and they'll last another year. It's time to redress the imbalance. Otherwise, you lock us into yet another year of increasing emissions. The economic and social impacts of the pandemic are tiny compared to what will be unleashed by climate destabilisation. And that is in no way to minimise the impacts of the pandemic, which have been truly heartbreaking. But we're staring down the barrel of drought, fire, flood, tornado, consequent food shortages, loss of life, the need to migrate away from the coast, migration from our near neighbours worse off than us, and social unrest, the likes of which we've never seen before. You've heard from others about the bees. During the 6th mass extinction and an insect Armageddon, you want to get rid of weeds by using an insecticide that kills the very creatures that we rely on for our food. 4 years, that's how long we have once the bees are gone. Christchurch has taken such an enlightened stance on glyphosate. Let's please keep it that way. I'm happy to pay the extra cost now to prevent catastrophic bee die-off. I'm happy to pay the extra cost now to prevent catastrophic climate change later. I'm willing to pay the less than $2 per week on average that your worst case rate scenario costs. So please make the climate and ecological emergency your overarching objective as you committed to. And I have here for each of you a copy of your climate declaration.
All right, so we can have those, we can distribute those, that's great. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to make a very clear submission. Thanks for the time taken to do that.
Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we've got Murray James from the Food Resilience Network. Murray, thank you for joining us. Good to have you with us.
Brought some friends too, so
I'm missing one for.
Oh, indeed.
Missing one for James.
Ki te kai upoko, tēnā koe. Ki ngā ringa wera, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Hayley tēnei, ko Sarah tēnei, ko Murray tōku ingoa. Ko wai mātou, who are we? We're the Food Resilience Network, and in particular, we three are the Project Control Committee for the Otakaro Orchard build not too far from here. We'd like to start by referencing two strong views held by the board and many of our member organisations. Firstly, that austerity measures in this environment we don't think offers any particular real return. We don't support that. Capital projects, and in particular community-focused investment, should remain as a top priority for Christchurch City Council. A small reduction to the rate of increase of rates is of pretty limited value when stacked against loss of community amenity, loss of the money multiplier effect of the spending in the local economy, and the three of us and our colleagues support the submission made by Central City MP Duncan Webb in this respect on Tuesday. Secondly, we fully support the community gardens, school gardens, food forests and the Avon Otakaro River Corridor activators that are a huge part of our membership and our colleagues. We add our support to the People Point presentation that was made on Tuesday by the Canterbury Community Gardens Association. Additional support is what's required here, particularly around food resilience and community engagement, rather than less, and we hope that as our elected members you'll share that position. This leads us nicely into our primary representation today. So the FRN, the Food Resilience Network, our dream, which is generally, we believe, shared by Council and was once heralded by Mayor Dalzell as the only community-led anchor project, is the Otakaro Orchard Cafe and Meeting Centre in Cambridge Terrace. Construction started in June 2019 but was halted when this current board became clear that sufficient funding was not in hand. Since then, the board and particularly this subcommittee has worked tirelessly to reframe the project and secure the funding that we need in order to restart. We're delighted to announce today that we have achieved a significant milestone towards that. We now have sufficient confirmed funds to proceed to completion of exterior works of the structure and make the building weathertight.
Fantastic.
So we're hopeful that work will recommence on site in early July. Once activated, this site, our beautiful baby, will complete a key site at the head of the river corridor, and I'm fairly sure we all prefer, or would prefer, a bustling and engaged, activated learning site promoting sustainability and food resilience as compared to a stalled, fenced-off building site at the one end of our new $3 million footbridge. Point two is it'll provide a green space and extracurricular learning centre for all schools, and therefore much needed activity being brought into the central city. Thirdly, it provides a focal point and a meeting space for activation up and down the river corridor, but mostly downwards because that's the direction it's in. The Avon Otakaro River Corridor, as regeneration development work begins, needs a place to focus, needs a place to bring people together to share their ideas and engage and then get on with the job. In our view, Otakaro Orchard is that. So we're so excited about the future of that position, that building, and all of the great things that can go on that site that collectively we're just about peeing our pants in anticipation as we sit here. Anyone else? No, okay, no worries. Look, we've asked for council support. I don't think it's been presented to elected members yet for decision, but we've asked for a community loan in the sum of $400,000 to get this done. We're all about getting this done. That's the place we're at. Not a grant, a loan, which the FRN and its membership can and will service and will repay. We've said before and we'll say again, the benefits, tangible and intangible, for this project are so obvious it beggars belief that the extraction of funding has been like pulling teeth. We are pleased with where we've got to, but there is further to go, and we hope that you, as we do, will see that this investment is a bit of a no-brainer, and we'd take a cheque if you want to write one. So, tēnā koe. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much indeed, and you filled the 5 minutes set aside perfectly, so thank you very much indeed for that. Great, thank you.
We've got Wendy on the phone there.
Right, okay, yeah, we are going to take a slight departure from the schedule. Wendy Marshall, who's the additional submitter, who we'd agreed to include, has got some severe time limitations. So we're going to hear from Wendy as an individual submitter next. She's joining us remotely, and then we'll come back to Lawrence McIsaac from Social Credit after that. So, Wendy, have we got you on the line there?
Yes, you do.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I know you've got a tight schedule, so thank you very much for making the time to do so. I'm pleased that we were able to make this work. So you've now got 3 minutes to make your submission to Council.
Tēnā koutou. Now, this Taggart Reserve has just a very small area, but it's got a number of different zones. That's 6 zones in it, including a tributary of the Heathcote River, so that we can grow a wide variety of planting and bringing a wide range of biodiversity. That it's bare ground at the moment will highlight the transformation from bare to beautiful to our community. That the children will be involved from the very beginning in the planting, is so special, and we have a huge catchment of children, at least 2,000, within walking distance. That allowing the community to be involved from the beginning will encourage ownership of this space. It is in proximity to many stands or forests, so it will be part of a natural bird corridor. That the children and our community can create something positive, valuable and beautiful this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I just once again get you to repeat the name of the reserve that we're talking about?
Taggart Reserve, and it goes from Middle Park Road in Sockburn, and it also has Taggart Place entering into it. It is proposed to be in the cycleway, to have a cycleway going right to the south, hugging the south boundary.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for the submission. Now you have left us about a minute for questions, if indeed there are any questions. Jimmy Chen has a question.
Wendy, may I ask you?
Hi, Jimmy.
This issue, whether it's last year, I remember in the local community, they present, it's the same issue or different issue?
Yes, it's because this last year's submission was accepted, I built on that. And I have schools really interested in this and to be involved with this planting.
Okay, thank you. So you mean over the past year, no any response from the council, am I right?
No, the council accepted it.
She's working.
Okay, okay, thank you.
All right, thanks very much indeed, Wendy, for taking the time out of your day to make the submission today. We appreciate it. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. All right, so now let's come back to the schedule of submitters. And Lawrence McIsaac, representing Social Credit. Lawrence, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity to present some comments to support our written submission. I'm Lawrence McIsaac. I'm a newly representative to the Waimakariri District Council for Social Credit. I have seen the submissions that Chris made to the council, and obviously, being the group of people you are, you've read those submissions, and we have some comments that we would just like to ask and add to those comments. We understand you're proposing to spend $90 million of our money, just taxpayers. I live in Waimakariri, but I own a property in Christchurch as well, so I'm also a local taxpayer. That's $90 million of your money, my money, our money really, and it's for all ratepayers in the districts, and that just goes on paying the interest to private investors and money the council has borrowed. When ratepayers pay their rates, we do believe they expect to get council services in return, not see their hard-earned money going to back up in financial institutions and make profit for private investors. The $90 million could have produced a rates reduction this year rather than a rates increase, or it could have gone into perhaps better services, roading, free buses, or a host of other things that will benefit the ratepayers of Christchurch. And how could that have been achieved? I ask, has the council approached the government or the Reserve Bank with a proposal to source its funding requirements from the Reserve Bank at zero interest, as our submission suggests, or have they not? Did the council approach the government to discuss Social Credit's proposal for the government to pay the rates bill for everyone in the council's area as part of the COVID-19 recovery package? We all know the Reserve Bank is in the process of creating $60 billion in new money. We ask, is the council pursuing business as usual rather than exploring those ideas which the former chairman of the council's finance committee, Ralph Manji, has been writing about for some time? Our submissions have laid out the basis for councillors and council members, officers, to research and understand the process of money creation, along with the authoritative references from such institutions as the Bank of England, the International Monetary Fund, and even our own Reserve Bank, most especially our own Reserve Bank, as well as examples of where it has been previously used to benefit New Zealanders. And we quote post-war 43,000 houses built by a Labour government from money created from the Reserve Bank at no interest to the government of the day. Has any councillor or council officer undertaken research to that end? We asked. We are in exceptional economic times. Business as usual, we think, is no longer acceptable. It's time to look for new and better alternatives. There is a second well-supported basis for the proposals in our submissions. Leading economists like Ganesh Nana, Dr. Jeff Bertram, Shaman Yakov, and the aforementioned Raf Manji all support the proposal and the policy of social credit with regard to the money coming from the Reserve Bank at zero interest and therefore a huge saving to the district and community. The Reserve Bank has already proven it can create new money, and it does create new money. Normally it creates for the private lending institutes who then put their interest on and they pocket the cash difference which we all pay for. What is required for the council to take note of these facts? We ask. The decision to do so could achieve for ratepayers the greatest service the council has ever provided. And that is the use of the ratepayers' money, all of it, not just some of it, to provide facilities and services. Thank you for the chance.
Thank you. Tim.
Yeah, thank you. You've mentioned the previous councillor Raf Manji and yourselves. Have you gone to the Reserve Bank and asked them this question?
I believe that we have, and personally I do not have the answers, but I believe that I can find those answers for you.
So social credit has gone to the Reserve Bank because it's, you know, we can write all we want, we can do what we want, but if the Reserve Bank aren't interested and won't do it for us,
yes,
then it's kind of irrelevant, isn't it?
Well, I believe under the Reserve Bank Act, and I've got reference to that elsewhere, yes, there is provision to do that.
Yeah, legally or provisions they can, but whether they want to and the reasons why they don't would be really handy for us to know that, wouldn't it?
Okay, well I shall check with Mr Leach and
yeah. Well, but the question's been asked of us, but if the Reserve Bank, and it's no point.
All right, this is a discussion that we can have outside of this meeting, but thank you for raising the discussion that we're having.
Yeah, but
that's great. Thanks very much indeed for the time taken addressing us today.
Thank you for your
it's appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so next we've got Grant Anderson.
Yeah. And I'm asking him, has social credit with the
Grant, thank you for joining us. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Now, I won't purport to be familiar with these meetings or proceedings or anything like that, so I'll just keep this nice and brief. So I work for Doppelmayr Lifts. We purchased a lot in Waterloo Business Park in 2017. Now, when we purchased that lot, we were of the understanding that there was going to be a link road put through Hallsville Junction Link, and from what we can see is this can is continually being kicked down the road. So from what I understand, and as I say, I'm not an expert, I build chairlifts, don't look at annual plans that often. This wasn't the LTP, the funding was there. It was in the annual plan last year, and it's completely disappeared this year. So from what I can see, we've got a very dangerous intersection where we put. I've got a truck and trailer on the road that's 23 metres long. I put my driver through that intersection reasonably regularly, and it's a fairly uncomfortable experience for him. It's an uncomfortable experience for me in my normal size motorcar. So that's really all I've got to say. I'd just like to see it stop being kicked down the road. From a safety perspective, it is dangerous. I have witnessed a number of near misses on that intersection, and it would just be nice to get that back in there and stop kicking the can down the road. So that's all from me. So if there's any questions?
Thank you. So the point's well made, very, very clear, and obviously supports the point that was made by the Waterloo Business Park earlier on the same matter. Yep. Are there any questions? Aaron? and then Jimmy.
Just a quick one, and it's a stretch, but it's your industry. You build those gondolas. When we post-quake, one of the ideas that was shared with the city was that our inner city PT or our city PT could have been done in a gondola form versus rail.
Yep.
What is the cost difference? Do you know?
I couldn't tell you off the
Or
top
what
of
are
my
you
head,
per kilometre?
Ballpark figure is about $1 million a kilometre from the top of my head.
To put in the towers and the cables?
Sorry. I couldn't answer that question
Okay.
with
Be good to know.
All right,
but just for your interest, Aaron, we did recently put in a proposal in Queenstown for a fairly sorry, it's $10 million a kilometre is the number, ballpark, and that's on reasonably rough terrain. So in the city, it'd probably be cheaper.
Thank you. Very quickly, coming to Jimmy.
Thank you, Grant, for your submission. Pretty good. But you're aware, actually, this year, the annual plan regarding the Horseway Junction extension, council actually put on the 600K. Total is 9.5 million. And also, this one of the kind of shovel-ready the program. Just want to let you know. I follow this one. This the one more closely.
Yeah. So
thank you.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for the submission. Thanks for taking the time. Great. Now we've got Councillors Megan Hands and Phil Clearwater from Environment Canterbury. So Megan, welcome. Phil, welcome back. Good to see you both.
Thank you, Andrew. Nice to see you all.
Kia ora tātou. I hope we haven't held you up from lunch too much. I know that annual plan hearings can be a long haul. But we will put in a written submission, but we're here today on behalf of our Chair Jenny to present on behalf of our council, and we really appreciate the opportunity you've given us to speak today on your annual plan. We'd really like to acknowledge the huge amount of work that you are all doing on your annual planning process, particularly in this COVID-19 environment post-lockdown. We can really understand the lengths that you're having to go to revisit everything, to look at again, and our key message today is that working in partnership through this as we all recover is absolutely essential, and as we face these unprecedented challenges, and we're here to say we want to keep working in partnership with you, and let's do that. Our two councils are involved in the Mural Forum together. We also, the Mural Forum has oversight of the Canterbury Water Management Strategy, which, as you all know, is a core piece of our work. And council programs are contributing to the implementation of the CWMS, be that with stormwater, be that with wastewater, drinking water, biodiversity and mahinga kai. And we really look forward to continuing to work with you in support of those work programs, and particularly your comprehensive stormwater consent and your implementation of that, and your behaviour change programs and other wastewater issues as we move forward. There's lots of other areas that we work in partnership through Greater Christchurch, through the Regional Transport Committee, Civil Defence Emergency Management, and also public transport. So I'll hand over to Phil, as we all know that public transport is Phil's baby.
Still is, yes. So look, around public transport, as you're aware, working together collaboratively, that's the key to the successful integration and delivery of our public transport infrastructure and the services in Greater Christchurch. And we really support your council's clear commitments to promoting that wider range, really, of an uptake of travel choices through your reference in your plan to active and public transport, and including the cycleways for biking. And that they are the active and public transport, that's included in your community outcomes, and we encourage you as a council to continue to deliver the changes needed to encourage that increased use of public transport operations and active transport. So in this context, we certainly support you as a council bringing forward the budget in the plan for the Northern Arterial and Cranford Street upgrade ahead of the opening of the Christchurch Northern Corridor. So Environment Canterbury, we have included funding in our annual plan for new express services from Kaiapoi to Rangiora. They're going to begin in January 2021, and these will provide more travel choices in Waimakariri district, and also with the aim of reducing vehicle movements that would otherwise travel through your downstream communities. So finally, we'd certainly like to acknowledge Christchurch City Council's focus on climate change, and we look forward to continuing to work in partnership with you to develop that shared understanding of the impacts of climate change for Christchurch and Canterbury, and to developing strategies to manage those associated risks and opportunities. And as Megan indicated before, our key message today is the importance of working together for our communities, and we look forward to working with you and taking a strong collaborative approach over the coming year. So thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. All right, so questions, Yanni and then Pauline. Yanni.
Thank you. We had a really interesting submission from the tram yesterday or the day before, and one thing I was just interested to understand if ECAM would be willing to partner around using the tram as a method of public transport in the city, whether that's something you would be open to considering when you say about working together.
Thanks, Yanni. It's an interesting suggestion, like the tram is going. I'm certainly happy to take it back to ECAN staff, and I'm sure that at the Joint Public Transport Committee too, could be discussions for that. But I'm happy to ask our staff, say, to look at that possibility. Yeah.
Thank you. Pauline.
Just for the record, I don't think I'd support that. It's a tourist. It's not a...
Okay.
Anyway, my
question
is, when you mentioned the express bus from Rangiora to Kaipoi, is that just a there and back thing, or does it come through to the city?
No, sorry.
Do you mean Rangiora and Kaipoi?
No, indeed, no. It's the blue. It'll be like the current blue line route.
Yep.
So it will be Rangiora coming through Kaipoi and then right through to Christchurch City to the bus exchange.
Right, that's fantastic. And is that going to? Does the route down Cranford Street or Main North Road? Do you know? It's currently. The current route, the current route is the Main North Road. I'm wondering if you were going to do the express down the motorway and then down to Cranford following the downstream.
I might be able to. Mike's nodding yes. That sounds like where it's going, and I look forward to seeing that on the Joint PT Committee too. But that sounds sensible too.
And that's, I'd like to thank ECAN extremely for that on behalf of the St Albans community, if I may, because they've pushed for that, and this council supported that as well through the hearings. So I think it's a really big step to step up to that for the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Pauline, and Megan and I will take that back to our councillors and staff.
I'll take a further question from Mike.
Thanks for your submission. Just curious, that obviously with the Express PT coming in from Rangiora, would you envision that the additional lane on Cranford Street be a PT peak time only lane?
I think to make it all work well, Mike, and for the traffic, the flow, particularly of the public transport, so that people get there faster, that would be how I personally would envisage it.
Thank you.
All right, and one final quick question
just
from Aaron.
Quickly, a bit of friendly competition between the two. Since you guys are in charge of buses, we're on bikes. If we do an annual trophy on who can get the most growth each year, looking at this morning's article, we'll keep the trophy this year. But good luck for next year. You're starting at a pretty low base, so you might have a chance.
And you can now get 3 bikes on the front of the bus. So
great!
Oh, fantastic!
Glad you said it on the front.
In that spirit of working together, I think anything, no matter what mode, we're fully committed to multimodal transport. You'll see it in our new strategic direction as we move forward. So bring it on, Aaron.
Yeah.
Great.
The battle began.
All right, Megan and Phil, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come and talk to us today. I mean, certainly your sentiments around working together and partnership are something that we very much support and we want to be doing. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, and thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we move to individual submitter Aaron Campbell. Aaron, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Just one page, that's it. 3 points, climate change engagement in the stadium. After earthquakes, fires, floods and terrorism, we now have a pandemic, and you are focused on the economic deficit, which is what your responsibility is. But you are not doing enough when it comes to sustainability, transport, construction in regards to climate change. You need to be bolder and you need to lead. The second point on engagement, according to the residents' survey, Christchurch residents are dissatisfied with council decision making and its apparent transparency or lack of. And the council's solution is the Have Your Say program. You are repeating the same thing and expecting a different result. Look at the lack of diversity of verbal submitters to this annual plan. I'll leave it with that. However, there is a recurring discussion around citizens' assemblies and sometimes participatory budgeting. Is that just talk and no action? Wouldn't you be better going into these annual plans and long-term plans with bigger, longer discussions, asking bigger and better, bolder questions? Coming on to the stadium. We need to save CapEx and OpEx, reduce rate rises and not bust through the council's debt limits. I agree Christchurch needs a new stadium, but the key tenant relies on ratepayers to subsidise the professional sport by not paying commercial levels of rent. They can't afford it anyway. Christchurch already has one white elephant. Admittedly, this council is not in charge of it. That's the government's responsibility. It does not need a second. How can you push ahead with a plan that was made up in 3 weeks back in 2012 in the current environment? Many things have changed since 2012. The 100-day plan I'm referring to, the 3 weeks of planning that went into that 100-day plan is what I'm referencing. Rescope the $500 million stadium, that's a minimum. Or rather build a covered stand stadium for half the price and use another $50 million to expand Horncastle Arena to 12,000 seats, matching the capacity of Auckland's Vector, and upgrade it with the tech required for esports. You can hold 2 major events on the same evening. KPMG Australia stated that stadia built there over the past 10 years, average cost per seat was $10,000. Why is the Christchurch Council budgeting twice that? $10,000 in Australia, $20,000 for our stadium. What is the repair and maintenance budget for the stadium? Is it 2 or 3% of capital? Is that $10 or $15 million per year? Where's that money coming from? Are you going to defer maintenance like the Forsyth Bar Stadium is being done in Dunedin? It is also losing that council money. Also, I'd like to reference or point out Mr. Carswell's submission, where he's having difficulty finding the actual numbers over the operational costs of Hagley Oval. Will that same lack of transparency carry over to the stadium? My final three lines. Dr. Jan Wright, the former Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, taught cost-benefit analysis in public policy at Harvard. That's the JFK School of Government. Dr. Wright says that the Ernst Young cost-benefit on the stadium that the CCC paid apparently $500,000 for is wrong. Could it be that they told you what you wanted to hear? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. That's filled the whole 3 minutes, so we don't have time for questions, but thanks very much indeed for coming along, sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
I'll leave it to Mark, he's the best for last.
So last but definitely not least, we've got the Greater Hornby Residents Association and Mark Duff. So welcome to the table. Good to have you with us again.
Good afternoon. I am joined by Ross Holstein, who's part of our committee as well. We actually did our own consultation, and what we're going to speak about is we got 50 submission forms back to give you today that basically back up what we're saying today. And it's quite ironic that we're last, because the feeling we got when we were at the Hornby Market getting these was that many residents in Hornby consider themselves to be the poor cousins of this City Council, and that our facilities are the worst of any suburb in Christchurch. And we're really looking forward to getting that pull, and you've heard us talk about that before. I do want to congratulate the Council on the cost savings you've made so far, but don't sit on your laurels. Keep looking and hunting where you can make savings. As one famous New Zealander once said, do anything to make that boat go faster. Just look at everything. On the pull, I just want to say the benefit of this project is twofold. Employment for people all over the city, not just Hornby, and something you can't put a monetary value on, but if you could, it would be immense, is the increased well-being and positivity that it will bring our community. And I'd like to go back to that Hornby Market 3 years' time after the pool's been built and see what sort of response we get. We, unfortunately, have got people who have passed away who fought for that pool over 70 years ago, and I hope we don't see more people that don't see that pool go up. I had a dream when I was sitting at Hornby High back in the 80s that would get a pool in Hornby and Kyle Park, and I'd love to see it happen, and that kids in Hornby High can look across the road and they can have that dream as well to be a swimmer. Our options on the cycleway are well known. We fully support the cycleway. We want our cycleway in Hornby, but we want it to be safe. We can't see the point of building a cycleway if it's going to be unsafe and increase the risk to cyclists, not make it safer for them. The Hornby ski jump that's referred to, where the cycleway goes through, cars constantly run the stop signs and police monitor this intersection with a very high frequency. The only reason it doesn't have or records a high accident rate is because residents avoid the corner. They go any way they can, like Aaron Kewen's corner he talks about, his intersection. We're the same in Hornby. And people are so afraid going through that intersection, they literally take their time, or they actually run the stop sign to try and get through safely. So what we're saying is we want the cycleway, but please, if you're going to build it, make sure it's safe. Our community, we live in it, we breathe it, we know our community. And if anything Save Denton Park proved was that this community does have a voice and we know the difference between right and wrong. To assist with Hornby traffic, we really implore that you get the Hallsville Junction extension done as quick as you can. We are a friend of South Park. They've brought much employment into our region. Jimmy, if it's shovel ready, get your shovel out, mate, and let's get it going. While not in the annual plan, the Hornby, along with the Prebbleton folks, have major concerns over the planned waste management toxic waste plant. Please do not make Bromley's problem our problem. It's ironic that Fresh Choice opened in Prebbleton this week. That's not fresh going in between us. Finally, we're aware the City Council has an opportunity to express an interest in the Old South Hornby school site. We think this would be a marvellous acquisition for the council and to put a dog park out in the area. Just a couple of other things. I don't want to see any councillor commenting in the press about the buildings that are lying, the commercial buildings that need to come down until you get the Sockburn Service Centre down. You've got a real problem in your own backyard. Sort that out before you start criticising landowners around the city. And also, just the last point, the Buchan Street playground upgrade. As a community, we can't understand why you've put one playground upgrade still in the annual plan, yet all the others have missed out. We ask for equality. If you're going to cut back our playground projects, cut back the lot. I'm open for questions.
All right, great. So, Sam, you've got a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and thanks for coming in. And it's great you've been to the markets and got submissions. Look, completely get what you're saying, and I hope, I hope you understand the pressure we're under as well. I just wonder, you've talked a lot about what you need, and that's more than fair enough. And there's a cost that comes with that to ratepayers. Do you have a view on where that rate level should be?
I think the last time we were here submitting and I've got to remember I'm part of a residents group, but we see that a rates increase will secure employment in this city. If we go for the major concern for us is if we had a zero rates increase, that would actually cost jobs, which then affects the ability of people to pay rates.
Sorry, let me rephrase it. So the staff recommendation is 3.5. Are you comfortable with that, or would you prefer like Duncan Webb's idea of 4.65?
I think with what we've seen in the budget that we're happy to sit with the 3.5.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the other thing is maintenance. When you look at that budget, there's a lot of costs in there to do with the water upgrade. That just shows that maintenance must be kept up to date, because otherwise, and you guys are paying for it as councillors now for work not done in the past.
Okay, so yeah, 3.5.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for joining us for your submission today. And thank you for the work you're doing, being such good advocates for your part of town. Thank you very much indeed for the time taken. Thank you. All right, so that brings us to, and if I can just get councillors to keep their seats for a moment. I know we're running late, and I know that we are probably hungry and wanting to rush off for lunch. However, I'll just make some comments as we finish. That concludes the hearing of submissions. So we had 2 meetings in the diary, one tomorrow and one on Monday, which are now no longer required. But what I would like to do as we conclude this meeting is to thank staff. I've been pleasantly surprised at how well this has run. Hearing submissions at the same time as we were open for submissions was always going to be a reasonably dynamic and challenging environment. And I know that staff have been challenged by this, much more than we've seen. I think staff have done, it's fair to say, a great job in supporting us in these meetings, in making sure that the experience of submitters was a good one, and in organising the submissions and the submitters and the agendas for these meetings in a way that we've been able to engage well with them. I've certainly felt well supported as the chair, and as you've seen this morning, you know, even this meeting has been quite dynamic, with people being slotted in and people coming later and so on. All of that has been very well managed. So I'd like to thank the staff. You know, it's a dynamic, difficult and very unusual environment, but staff have gone above and beyond to make sure that we're well supported, which has created a good experience for submitters, and certainly from my point of view, a good experience for us as elected members as well. So thank you very much indeed to the staff that are here and others that I know are working behind the scenes to make all of this happen. Tim, there was something you wanted to say?
Just to make it clear, because we are being live streamed, I presume, that so the submissions close on Monday the 29th, so any submissions that are made, obviously, as what you're saying, will not be heard or do not have the ability to be heard. So can we just make that clear?
I can absolutely clarify that when we went out for submissions, what we did was to indicate that if people wanted to be heard, they needed to make that request by the end of the day, on the 18th. We've been very lenient in allowing people that didn't signal that by the end of the day on the 18th. We've been very lenient in allowing people to be heard. My motivation as the chair of this panel has always been to hear from people if we possibly can. Yep. But clearly there needed to be, even though we relaxed the formal cut-off, in terms of organising, there needed to be a real cut-off, which we said was midday today. That's the reason why we slotted a couple of extra people in today as a result of that. But yeah, we've done everything we can to be flexible. We've certainly been very lenient around what originally was a end of the day on the 18th cut-off for people wishing to be heard, realising that people can be heard before they submit their written submission, and we're still open for the lodging of written submissions until the end of Monday the 29th, and all of those submissions will be read by all councillors regardless of whether people have been heard or not. So yeah, thank you for raising that, because it just makes an opportunity to make a statement to those people that may well be interested. Thank you. All right, so on that note, thank you to everybody involved, and I'll close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.